Hello everybody. I have been looking forward to making this video for months because today we are looking at one of the most unique and downright strange pieces of vintage video equipment that I have ever explored on YouTube. We are looking at the Videonics DirectED Plus. This is a home video editing system and it was made in 1990. We have looked at several pieces of Videonics equipment on this channel before. This was one of their earliest products. In fact, the original DirectED was Videonics' first product to market in 1987. This DirectED Plus, which came out in 1989, was a minor upgrade over the original DirectED. And this is just a fascinating piece of equipment. Videonics was a brand new company when they created the DirectED, and the amount of engineering and ingenuity that went into it is just, it's very impressive, because the way this thing works and why it works the way it does, it's just so cool. And the fact that it works as well as it does is frankly miraculous to me, and you'll see why in this video. So what this is a home video editing system. You are meant to connect this thing to your television set. You connect it to a camcorder or a VCR that contains some raw source footage that you want to edit, and you connect a second VCR to it that'll be your record VCR that records your edited product. This device performs assemble editing. That means you have a single tape of raw footage and you choose parts of that raw footage that you want to be edited together into a final product, while rejecting the rest of the raw footage that you don't want in your edited production. So this does assemble editing, and that's what probably the majority of YouTube videos are, including most of my videos. A single tape of raw footage that has the best parts cut out and assembled together. That is assemble editing, and that's what this thing does. And how it does it is so cool, because this basically controls your VCR. This was meant to work with consumer equipment. This is a consumer grade device, so it is designed to work with ordinary camcorders and ordinary VCRs. And how it works is, it is basically a computer that takes control of your VCR and intelligently controls it to edit a piece of source footage. And it's really cool how it does it. It's fascinating to use. It's fascinating to watch it do its thing. This thing also has a built-in rudimentary character generator. Now, this is pre-Title Maker, so it's not nearly as fancy or as high quality as the Videonics Title Maker that came later, but it has a few different typefaces, and there's also built-in graphics. So there's cute digital images that you can place text on top of and place those in your edited production. It can also key text on top of the footage itself in your production. So this does some rudimentary character generation, which is also very cool. What this does not do is, it does not do A/B roll editing, and it also does not do AXA roll editing. And if you don't know what those are, that's okay, because this doesn't do it. We will look at A/B roll and AXA roll editing someday in a future video. So yeah, that's what this thing does. And aside from the character generation, it doesn't do anything that you couldn't do just by plugging the output of one VCR into the input of another VCR and starting and stopping the recording on your second VCR while the first VCR is playing a tape. But this automates it all, and it allows you to perform that in a semi-automated fashion that ends up in a much higher quality and much more precise way than you could do it if you were doing this manually. And that's what a lot of people did in the day. If you owned a VCR and you owned a camcorder, and of course if you owned a camcorder, you probably owned a VCR, and even more likely the camcorder that you owned was probably the same videotape format as the VCR you owned. Some people did that. They recorded footage of a vacation or whatever on their camcorder, and then when they got home, they plugged the camcorder into their VCR, played the tape in the camcorder, and just started and stopped recording on the VCR to edit the footage, to take just the parts they like and edit those onto a second tape. But when you do editing in that fashion, you get very imprecise video, and you get glitching. Glitching is the actual name for it. The rainbow artifacting you get between records because consumer VCRs don't have flying erase heads. So this is a device that not only automates this process largely, but it also improves it because it's able to somewhat eliminate that glitching that occurs when you start and stop recording on a consumer VCR. It's just very fascinating. So I'm really excited to show this to you. And today we will edit a YouTube video using this piece of equipment. I have recorded a video in the way that I usually would when making a video for YouTube. There's about 25 minutes of raw footage. I suspect the edited product will be about 20 minutes long. And we will edit this and make a YouTube video using this piece of equipment. And you will be along for the ride with me, and we will experience the process together from start to finish, and I'm really excited. Now, this piece of equipment, it's very bespoke, and it's been largely unknown throughout history until the 2010s, when a YouTuber by the name of Gummy Roach made a YouTube video about one of these. He owned one back in the day, he used it, and he dug it out and made a YouTube video of it, and for years it was the only YouTube video and pretty much the only source of information on the internet at all about these, aside from magazine reviews that were done back in the day when these were on the market. In 2024, a writer from Popular Science magazine discovered Gummy Roach's video, and he bought one of these for himself, and he wrote an article in Popular Science about it, and he made an associated YouTube video as well, which is in Popular Science's on their YouTube page. That YouTube video is okay. The guy made a good effort. There are some technical errors in that video. The guy also the way he kind of themed it was that this was the YouTube before YouTube. Like, if we didn't have this, we wouldn't have YouTube today, which, no. So yeah, the Popular Science video, it's not my favorite thing. I don't like to dunk on other content creators, and especially journalists. It's okay. But Gummy Roach's video is very good. But now there's another person that I would consider to be a bit of an expert on these, and that's yours truly. Because these are just so weird from a technical standpoint, and I've done a lot of research, and just through using this, I've learned a lot about how this works and why it works the way it does, and it's just so cool. Gummy Roach, who has since made more videos about his DirectED Plus since the Popular Science video came out. Gummy Roach decided to make more videos, and they do an even more complete job of demonstrating the unit. So he's definitely the go-to person on how to use these, but in his videos, he's asked questions about he wasn't sure why these work the way they do, or you know, why they have some certain trait about them. And I was actually able to answer that question for him. I commented on his most recent video and explained to him something about these that he had always wondered about them. So he's the king of how to use one of these, but I think I've become the most knowledgeable person on the technical aspects of these, and so I hope to demonstrate that today. So we are going to demonstrate this thing. I'm going to explain to you as best I can the technical stuff about these, and we're going to edit a YouTube video on, which I'm very excited about. Now, as you can see, this is in the box. I bought this on eBay, and this is actually not only complete in the box, I think it's brand new. I don't think it was ever used before I used it, so that's really cool. And it comes with everything that one of these would have come with in the box, and that's good because there are some things in the box that are actually hard prerequisites to using one of these. If you buy one of these on eBay and they don't come with a certain set of accessories and equipment with them, you cannot use the product, and I'll explain that as we go along here. So what I'd like to do first is we'll unbox this on camera because it's pretty fun to unbox, but first let me get you in here and show you the box, because there's a lot of artwork and copy on this box. Videonics just did a terrific job, a very high effort job of the presentation here with all of this color artwork on the box. It's very cool. So let's get in and look at the box and read the box. So here's the box of the unit, and the first thing you might notice is this remote control right here. And indeed, that is how you use the unit. It comes with an infrared remote control that you control it with. So Videonics touted this the personal movie maker, and gives you some examples of what you might be able to do with it. There's an example of the character generator, although I don't think that text is actually representative of the kind of quality that you get from it. There's another one with a graphic. There's the color palette that you get. This thing can generate 64 different colors. Once again, a far cry from the title maker that had a 1 million color palette, but this had a 64 color palette that you could choose from for the colors of not only your text, but with some of the graphics you can change the color as well. There's another graphic example. And there we go, shown with a not debranded Sony Trinitron stereo television set. And there is what the unit itself looks like, which we will see very shortly. And in their early days, Videonics was heavy on this red, green, and blue stripe theme, and you may recognize this from my YouTube thumbnails. I was able to find the font, although I think it's just Arial in italics that Videonics used, and I created the little triangle logo manually and the stripes, so I recreated this artwork to use in the thumbnails of my videos of Videonics stuff. So we'll look at the back next. The back has most of the same stuff. You do get a little taste of the user interface that you get while you're editing your video. So you interface the unit through the infrared remote and an on-screen menu-driven user interface. And another kind of tagline that Videonics used for this product was that you are the director when you have this device. So you've got a guy sitting in a Videonics branded director's chair. And we'll go around the side. Videonics DirectED Plus, the personal movie maker. With DirectED Plus, anyone with a camcorder can make great videos. More than just a video editor, DirectED Plus adds spectacular titles, graphics, and special effects to your videos. DirectED Plus turns your camcorder and VCR into an automated editing studio. It allows you to turn your camcorder footage into polished productions by remote control. Start by making a copy of your original, then use the Videonics remote to mark and name your favorite scenes. DirectED Plus will remember thousands of scenes. Make a simple production from the scenes in one original, or go Hollywood using scenes from many originals arranged as you'd like with dazzling special effects. You're the director and the producer with DirectED Plus. So although this thing can't do A/B roll editing, it is capable of doing assemble editing using multiple source tapes for your assembly. So that's really cool. Titles. Use DirectED Plus to add titles to your movies in multiple sizes and styles in 64 colors. Place titles over solid color backgrounds or graphics. You can even superimpose titles on your video. Graphics. Use graphics to add flair to your videos. DirectED Plus includes 20 brilliant graphics, and you can add more with the Videonics graphics libraries. So this was probably the biggest difference between the original DirectED and the DirectED Plus, is that the Plus allowed you to buy graphics libraries from Videonics and add them to the unit, whereas the original DirectED just had the built-in graphics and that was it. And how you add those graphics is one of the strangest things about this, and we'll talk about that in this video. Special effects. DirectED Plus works with 17 cuts, fades, and wipes. And those are all for graphics. This thing, obviously, like I said, it can't do A/B roll or AXA roll editing, so you can't, for example, dissolve from one scene in your footage to another scene. You can only do this with graphics. Works with your VCR. DirectED Plus works with the equipment you already own. It's compatible with all videotape formats, VHS, Beta, 8mm, Super VHS, etc., and equipment from most manufacturers. All you need is a VCR with wireless remote control and a camcorder or second VCR, and that gives you a bit of hint of what this thing is able to do. Easy to use. DirectED Plus comes with a simple wireless remote control. Choose what you want to do from on-screen menus. Everything is detailed in a clear, easy-to-read manual, and a touch of the red Help key provides an on-screen explanation. Automatic. Once you've marked and arranged your scenes and added titles and graphics, DirectED Plus takes over. It tells you what to do and when. Even if a movie takes hours to produce, that is some foreshadowing. DirectED Plus manages the whole task. All you need to do is insert the correct tapes, rewind, and press play. The quality of your movies will be outstanding. All movies are made directly from the original tapes, not from a working copy. The graphics, text, backgrounds, fades, and wipes are digitally generated by the built-in video computer, so they're crisp, clear, and colorful. Copyright 1989. So there we go. And on the top of the unit, stop. Before you leave your Videonics dealer, make sure you have everything you need. A television monitor with audio video input jacks, asterisk. A VCR with wireless remote control and search, simple cue and review, and audio video inputs and outputs, asterisk. A second video player, a playback capable camcorder or second VCR. You also may need 2 more audio video dub cables, cable adapters to match your VCRs and monitor, 2 or more blank tapes in your main VCR's format, a Y connector if your main VCR is stereo but your television is not. If your main VCR uses beta or video 8, you will need a getting started tape in your format. There's another little bit of foreshadowing. Your Videonics dealer can help you determine what you need. Note, to use DirectED Plus with a television that does not have direct AV inputs, you'll need to purchase an RF modulator. Blah, blah, blah. DirectED Plus is compatible with virtually all major brand VCRs. For detailed requirements, see the enclosed Director's Manual. And that is it for the box. So what I'd like to do now is we will unbox this thing on camera. So let me put you back on a tripod and we will get started. There's a lot of stuff in this box, so let's get started. So this styrofoam insert is very tightly packed in here, so we've got to pretty much invert the box to get it out of here. All right. So right on top is the first of many pieces of propaganda that you got in the box with these. It is the DirectED Plus Director's Manual. So Videonics appealing to the person who bought this. You aren't the customer, you're the director. And this was the director's manual. And take a look at this. It's got this little window in the center here that looks like a TV set. So that's kind of cool. So that is the director's manual. And then we open up this lid. And we see the remote control. Here is the remote control. We'll take a closer look at that later. And this is the control wand. So as mentioned before, the unit, basically most of the magic of the unit is the fact that it can automatically control your VCR, and how it does that is through infrared. So your record VCR had to have an infrared remote control, because this is an infrared transmitter that plugs into a jack on the video control unit, and you place this in front of your VCR and it transmits infrared signals. The unit learns what kind of VCR you have, and it was compatible with not only most of the VCRs of the time, but VCRs made after this unit. There's tons of those, some of them even made into the 2000s, that are compatible. They use the same codes. So this thing is compatible with a great many VCRs, and it controls those VCRs with this control wand, which is good. And look at this. The unit had, one of the reasons that I think this was brand new was it came with the original Panasonic carbon zinc batteries for the remote, and these are still good. They still work. They are a perfect 1.5 volts, and yeah, these still work fine. I've got different batteries in the remote, but yeah, these still work, and that's pretty cool, and a good sign that this thing was probably never used. Moving along, we have 2 VHS video cassettes. One of them is the Videonics DirectED Plus Getting Started tape, and the other is the Videonics Graphics Library 2 Holidays and Celebrations tape. And if you think it's a little weird that this would come with videotapes, you may wonder, what are these for? These must be instruction videos. These are not instructional videos, although this Getting Started tape does actually have an instructional guide recorded on it later in the tape. but it's what comes before that on this tape, and indeed on both these tapes, that is probably the most wild thing about this whole thing. We will talk about these tapes, and this one in particular, and why you actually need this tape to use the unit at all. The unit is useless without this tape. It came with a couple of RCA cables, one of which has melted greatly into the styrofoam. Let me see if I can show you that. Much styrofoam melting, and you can see right here the shape of the cables. So we get these. We won't use these. I've never unpacked these. I'll just use my own cables. I think I have enough cables anyway. And then this part comes off. It's kind of like a sandwich. And we have much more propaganda in the box. Bags of propaganda. And we'll look at all this stuff in detail in a moment. And then finally, at the very bottom is the video control unit. That was Videonics' name for the actual main unit. And there is that. So here's everything in the package minus the AV cables. So I'll show you everything here. I think I'll start with the propaganda. So right on the top here, once again, we've got the DirectED Plus Director's Manual. Very cool color cover. Color back cover as well. There's the Sony Trinitron stereo TV once again. And I've read through most of this. I haven't finished it. I basically read through enough to learn how to use the unit. But it's a pretty well written manual. Although it does have some errors in it. Which I'll talk about one of those errors later. So there's that. Next is this pamphlet for the DirectED Plus Production Assistant Automatic Rewind Accessory for the DirectED Plus. So basically, I mean, it says it right here. So the unit is only capable of controlling your record VCR, but if you bought the Production Assistant, it was an add-on accessory that allowed the unit to control both your record and play VCRs, including a camcorder if you had a camcorder with an infrared remote port. So it came with a second infrared wand and some other stuff. And it would allow the unit to be able to control both VCRs instead of just the record VCR, which would have saved you a lot of time, because when you use this thing, you spend a lot of time rewinding your play VCR, and you'll see why when we demonstrate and edit a video on this thing. Next, this came with a brochure for another Videonics product, the Video Equalizer, which was a proc amp, a processing amplifier. So it's kind of cool. This was, I think, Videonics' first product that came in the black plastic wedge, similar to the Title Maker. So I believe it began here with the Video Equalizer, because of course the Title Maker didn't come out yet. Talks all about the Video Equalizer. I would like to get a Video Equalizer, but there aren't very many on eBay, and for some reason they command a much higher price than most other Videonics stuff. It came with this pamphlet, Using DirectED Plus Successfully, Important Hints for New DirectED Plus Editors. So once again, you weren't the owner or the buyer, you were the director and the editor. Videonics had their own helpline. And back here, it gives you a look at the, of course it's not in color, but it gives you a preview of the built-in graphic slates built into the unit that you can use in your productions. And we'll be able to see those in their full quality in this video. This is another leaflet about the Videonics helpline. A leaflet about the warranty. So you got a 90-day warranty. And I guess for a year they would supply parts at no charge, but they would still charge you for the labor, I guess, if you had to repair it. So kind of a brutal warranty, but that was standard for back in the day. I don't think we realize today we have it a lot better with warranties on stuff. The kind of the 1 year no questions asked warranty was not as common back then. So here's an instruction booklet for the graphics library, and you may notice it says here Videonics DirectED Plus and ProEd, and we'll talk about what the ProEd is later. So shows you how to use that. Inside of that is the I guess kind of an advertisement for the graphics library, even though you already had the graphics library, but there were other graphics library tapes that you could buy in addition to whatever you got in the box. Graphics library instructions addendum. And here is a color preview card of what you got on the Graphics Library 2 tape that you saw when we unboxed the unit. So the unit has graphics built into it, but then that Graphics Library 2 tape is more graphics. The Holidays and Celebrations package. And we'll talk about why these graphics are on a tape and how that all works very shortly. Here's the free extended warranty. So how did the warranty get less bad if you sent this in? We will extend the parts and labor portion of the warranty for 30 days at no charge. So I guess from 90 days to 120 days, 4 months. Once again, the Videonics helpline. We have an addendum to the director's manual, so clearly stuff changed in the manuals, or they recognized errors that they made, so they had to include an addendum. And then finally, this is kind of cool. This is a sheet of stickers for the tapes that you make. So when you use this thing, you're going to go through a lot of blank videotapes. In fact, just to make one DirectED production, one edited program, you need 2 blank videotapes. So Videonics gave you this sheet of stickers that you'd peel off to put on the spine of your videotapes. Because when you work with the unit, it creates what's called a movie library. So all the stuff you edit, information about it and or the productions themselves, they'll be recorded onto library tapes. And if you do a lot of editing, you'll end up with a lot of library tapes. So they give you 12 of them here. These bigger ones fit both VHS and Betamax cassettes. And they give you little ones to fit Video 8 cassettes. So very cool. And then they give you other numbers past 12 for if you have even more library tapes. They give you some extra numbers here. So there's a lot of documentation here. None of this is available online, or it hasn't been until now, because I've been very busy. I spent a lot of hours with my scanner, and I have scanned all of this stuff, and I uploaded it to the Internet Archive. So you can go to the Internet Archive. If you search Videonics or Videonics DirectED, you will find scans of this stuff, very high quality color scans. It is the first time that any of this stuff has been available to view on the internet, and that includes the manual. There's been no electronic copies of the manual online until now. So I've scanned all this stuff. It took a number of hours, and you can now view it on the Internet Archive. And here's the main piece of the whole system, the model VCU1 video control unit. And this is a pretty cool looking box. Even if I never use this again after this video, I kind of want to keep it just because it looks so cool and just stick it in my living room. It's a really neat looking thing. I love the early first generation Videonics logo with the red, green, and blue stripe and the red triangle V. And you can see there's 3 LEDs on this thing: attention, power, and VCR. Power is self-explanatory. Attention blinks when the unit needs input from you. If it's waiting for you to do something, such as rewind the tape in your play VCR or insert a certain tape in your main VCR, it'll show a message on the screen and it'll blink this light. The attention light also flashes when you press buttons on the remote to let you know that the unit registered your key press. And then the final light on the bottom, VCR, this lights up when the unit is controlling your record VCR to let you know not to touch your record VCR because it's currently doing things for the unit. Here's the back of the unit. You can see the sticker, Videonics Video Control Unit, model VCU1, 115 volts, 60 hertz, 0.5 amps, made in USA, once again, assembly in Mexico, like a lot of Videonics stuff. And this unit has a date code 24th week of 1991, so this was a very late unit. This was pretty much at the end of the DirectED Plus's life. And we can see we have a whole whack of AV jacks on here. So your monitor out, that goes to your television set or video monitor. So you can see and hear what you're doing. Auxiliary in is the input from your playback VCR or your camcorder, whatever's playing your source footage. And main VCR, that's your record VCR. So there's input and output jacks for it, because sometimes you use the main VCR to play something into the unit, which we're about to talk about. There is the control jack, so that's where your infrared wand plugs in. And this guy has a AC power cable coming right out of it. No wall wart power supply for this. And on the bottom of the unit, this thing is both UL listed and CSA approved. Good job, Videonics. And there's this sticker here, Pulver Laboratories Incorporated, low voltage video product. I looked this up. This company still exists, and they make electromagnetic shielding. So I believe this sticker is only here because they made this metal bottom panel. Videonics contracted them to make an RF shielded bottom panel for this thing. So of course they wanted to credit themselves for their work. So I think that's all that this sticker is here for. And then the most interesting thing is this is a blanking plate on the bottom here. And when you uncover that, I believe it's held on with adhesive, it reveals an expansion port. There is an expansion port on the bottom of this because Videonics did sell modules that this thing sits on top of, and they plug in into that expansion port to expand the capabilities of this unit. I know of 2 expansion modules to ever exist for this thing. Whether they were the only ones, I don't know. But one of them was an S-video unit, so it gave S-video capabilities. And the other was a very expensive module. It cost $1,000, called the ProEd. And what the ProEd module did was basically transform the video control unit into something that, at least in the opinion of Videonics marketing copy, could control professional grade VCRs and perform professional grade assemble editing. The ProEd unit gave you jacks to connect to Sony Control-L and Panasonic 5-pin compatible professional grade VTRs, and it gave you inputs for a keyboard, a mouse, and a printer. Very, very interesting. So that was the ProEd. And you could have both the S-Video module and the ProEd module installed, because each of those modules themselves had expansion ports on the bottom as well as the top, so you could stack them in any order you liked. It's just the video control unit itself was always on top. So those are the 2 expansion modules I know of. I actually have a ProEd system. I bought it on eBay, and it came complete hardware-wise. It was a complete other video control unit with the S-Video module and the ProEd module installed. I did not get it with a remote control, although it works the same as the remote control that comes with any DirectED system. And unfortunately, I didn't get it with a getting started tape, so I can't demonstrate the ProEd unit. I wasn't sure. I couldn't find any information on whether the ProEd system needed its own getting started tape, and so I hoped that maybe the ProEd module had the program stored in ROM. So I bought this ProEd system on eBay, and unfortunately it does indeed need a getting started tape. It does work with a standard DirectEd getting started tape. It works just fine, and also the S-Video module works just fine in DirectEd. It doesn't need a ProEd specific getting started tape, but I can't make use of the ProEd module unless I have a ProEd getting started tape. So I have the ProEd system hardware-wise, but I don't have a tape, and I would love to demonstrate it in another video if I could get a ProEd getting started tape. So just like with CollectEd, if anybody has a ProEd getting started tape, I want a copy of it, or the tape itself, whatever. Please get in touch with me, themaritimegirl@hotmail.com, and if I can ever get my hands on one, I will demonstrate the Videonics ProEd system. But yeah, those are the 2 expansion modules that I know of that connect to the expansion port on the bottom of this thing. The expansion port is absolutely cursed. It's not a pin connector. What you would find if you were to remove the blanking plate is just a flat PCB of contacts, just flat contacts, not pins or a card edge connector or anything, just a flat bed of contacts. And the modules connect to this connector through a giant conductive rubber connector. What's it called? An elastomeric connector? Basically a giant version of those things that connect LCD displays, like calculator displays. It's a giant elastomeric connector that the modules have that connects into this. It's absolutely cursed, and I can't believe that it not only works, but it carries power. Like, these modules each want a few watts of power, and somehow this 0.5 amp of current or whatever is able to flow through this big rubber block that has some conductive coating or whatever inside it. It's absolutely cursed, and I can't believe that it works, but it does. So that's how the module's connected to this thing. I don't know what on earth possessed Videonics to do it like that, but somehow they made it work. Once again, here's a closer look at the infrared control wand that controls your main VCR. So this plugs into that control jack. And it's a nice looking unit. You might be able to see it's got the Videonics logo molded into it. And that's all it is. It's an infrared transmitter behind a colored plastic lens. So there are a few things that are absolutely necessary for you to have to use this unit. If you go on eBay looking for one of these, and you'll see listings that are just the video control unit, and if that's all that's included, it's useless. You can't do anything with this unless you have a few things with it, one of which is this infrared control wand. However, I'm pretty sure that this is at most an LED and a resistor. It may not even have a resistor. It may just literally be an infrared LED connected directly to this jack. So if you don't have this, you can build this yourself. It's just a 3.5mm TS jack, and basically use trial and error. Use a resistor of a value of your choice just to be safe if you want, and then just grab an infrared LED and connect it up and see if it works. If you don't know the polarity, if it doesn't work, just flip it around. Of course, you can see infrared LEDs using a camera. So yeah, very easy to build one of these if you don't get this with the unit. Next is the remote control. It's a pretty cool looking remote control. You can see once again we've got the Videonics logo with the red, green, and blue stripes, and a whole litany of buttons on it. Power, help, numbers and symbols. We've got letters, space, insert, delete, shift. We've got a directional pad, select, change display, audio, and cancel. So these are all buttons to help you navigate the user interface, the on-screen user interface of the unit, and typing in titles and stuff like that. So here's your remote. And once again, of course, the unit itself has no buttons or any controls on it whatsoever. Everything is on the remote, and you need this remote. This is imperative. If you don't have this, you can't use the unit, and a universal remote most certainly isn't gonna work. So you need this remote as well. And this remote runs on 2 AAA batteries like we saw before. The factory batteries are still in the packaging, and they're still good. And now we get to the big elephant in the room, and that's these video cassettes. Now, the main unit here, the video control unit, as Videonics calls it, there's a reason that Videonics gave it a generic name like that on the sticker on the back and not DirectED Plus. And that is because this piece of hardware that I'm holding in my hands is not itself DirectED Plus. This is a general purpose computer, and DirectED Plus is a piece of software that runs on this computer. But how do you load that software on this thing? There's not a built-in ROM chip that has it in ROM. There's no floppy disk drive on it. There's no ROM cartridge slot. So how do you do it? Well, the answer is this particular VHS video cassette, the one that says Videonics DirectED Plus getting started. This videotape contains the operating software that you load onto this unit to load and use DirectED Plus. This tape contains digital data that is stored in the video signal recorded onto the tape. Indeed, this thing boots from videotape. And that is just so wild. I think this is possibly the only computer system ever made that boots its operating system from videotape. But that is what this thing does, and that is the big, weird thing about this. It loads its operating software from videotape. So the reason Videonics did this is because they actually had lofty goals for this thing. They imagined having several software programs available that you could load onto this thing to use your television set and VCR in new and innovative ways. And DirectED, and later DirectED Plus, was one of those software programs. Unfortunately, Videonics' plan never quite came to fruition. There's only one other software program developed for the video control unit that Videonics ever made, and I have yet to actually find proof that even that existed. The other software program was called DirectED, and its purpose was if you had a large collection of video clips, such as music videos, that you wanted a way to keep track of them and to be able to load them at the touch of a button, DirectED would allow you to use your video control unit as basically a video jukebox. The unit would keep track of all of your video clips, music videos, or whatever, and then from a menu, you could choose which one you wanted to watch. It would tell you what tape to stick in the VCR, and it would automatically command the VCR to load up that clip. That was DirectED, and I have yet to find proof that it ever existed. Videonics makes several mentions of it in the DirectED documentation, including in the director's manual. It talks about DirectED in passing. But there weren't even any magazine reviews of DirectED. It was mentioned briefly in magazine reviews about DirectED, and one of which had a very tiny thumbnail screenshot of DirectED's user interface. But other than that, I have yet to find evidence that it actually went to market. And this is where I come in with a favor to ask to anybody watching this video. If anybody watching this, if you own a Videonics DirectED Getting Started videotape, I want a copy of it. Please get in touch with me, themaritimegirl@hotmail.com. I want either the tape itself or a copy of it. So yeah, it was only DirectED and later DirectED Plus and allegedly DirectED that ever existed for this thing. But Videonics had lofty goals where they would develop various software applications to make use of your home video entertainment system. And the video control unit would be the computer that controlled it all. So very, very cool. And it's just so funny that this thing boots from VHS tape, and it's just wild. So the tape itself, it's I think a 20 or 30 minute tape. The actual data on the tape only runs for 3 minutes. And even that, depending on how good of a condition the tape and your VCR is in, playing this tape can boot this unit in as little as 15 seconds. So the data is copied over and over on the tape like 20 times, which is good. Videonics designed this as best they could to make it as reliable as possible. So if your VCR accidentally eats this tape or something while you're trying to boot up your video control unit into DirectED Plus, that's okay, because the data appears, each block of data appears on the tape many times. So it's very reliable. So yeah, that's the big thing about this thing. I think it's cool as hell, and we will see it in action in this video. Now, there is a grave implication that comes with the way this thing loads its software, because as I mentioned earlier, there's three things that are imperative to come with the video control unit for you to make use of it at all. They are the remote control, the control wand, which I believe you can build yourself if you don't have it, and the getting started tape. You're not going anywhere if you don't have the software program to load on this thing. So what do you do if you have one of these units and you don't have the getting started tape? Well, you might think, well, hopefully someone's digitized it, right? And indeed, you are correct. In fact, 2 or 3 different people have digitized these videotapes and published the digital copies on the Internet Archive. Very nice of them to do. However, those digital copies are useless. You will never be able to get one of these to boot from a digitized copy of a getting started tape. The reason is because, in addition to the digital data that's stored in the visible portion of the video signal, there's also digital data stored in the vertical blanking interval, and the unit needs that data as well to work. If it sees the visible data but does not see the data in the vertical blanking interval, it will not boot the program on the tape. When you digitize an analog video cassette, the digitization process overwrites the vertical blanking interval with a new one. So as soon as the tape is digitized, it's useless. That digital copy is useless. As a matter of fact, if you even make an analog copy using a VCR that has a built-in time-based corrector, that copy too will not boot, because time-based correction does the same thing. It overwrites the vertical blanking interval with a new one, and the data stored in the vertical blanking interval on this tape is lost in that copy. You can make copies of these tapes using ordinary analog methods. Just take a second VCR, connect the input of it to the output of your first VCR, stick this in your first VCR, make a copy, and the copy works great. I've actually made a copy of this tape, so I don't actually use this tape and wear it out. We'll actually boot this off of a dub of this tape that I made to another VHS tape. And that dub works fine as long as it's a completely analog process with no time-based correction. I tried making a dub of this tape to Betacam SP. I've got a Betacam SP VCR up here in my rack. It doesn't work because Betacam SP VCRs have time-based correction. So it doesn't work. I made a dub to using my Hi8 camcorder. This guy right here. It does work only if you disable the time-based corrector, which you can do. Most, maybe all Hi8 camcorders, they have built-in time-based correction, very nice. But if you dub a getting started tape using a Hi8 camcorder to Hi8 videotape, it is not bootable unless you're able to disable the time-based corrector on your camcorder. This camcorder allows that. So I actually did make a dub of this tape as well onto Hi8 tape, which is good because Hi8 tape is higher quality than VHS. It's about the same quality as Super VHS and more reliable because it's a metal particle tape. So yeah, that's the thing. We as vintage video enthusiasts have no way to archive these tapes. The only archiving we can do is making a purely analog, not time-based corrected or digital noise corrected or anything copy. And that sucks, because if you get one of these and you don't have a getting started tape, Your only option is to either find a getting started tape or ask someone who has a copy of a getting started tape to make a dub for you. Now, this is where I come in. I've decided I want to do this. I think this is such a cool device, and I would hate to see any of them go into a landfill because people find them in a thrift store or on eBay and they don't have the getting started tape to actually use with it. So against my better judgment, I am announcing right now, if you have one of these and you don't have a getting started tape, feel free to contact me. Once again, themaritimegirl@hotmail.com, and I will make you a copy of the tape. I can do it onto VHS, or if you really want, I can do it onto Video 8 or High 8. I'll charge you a few bucks just to cover the cost of the tape in addition to the cost of shipping. But yeah, I am willing to make copies of tapes for people who have one of these and need a tape. So feel free to get in touch with me if you need to do that. The copy will be made from my High 8 copy that I made. So it'll be a 3rd generation copy, but it will work just fine. So that's it. That's the big elephant in the room with these things. It boots off of videotape, and there's a lot of implications that come with that today, but I think it is just so cool. But yeah, PSA there regarding the digital copies online. You can't use them, and that's too bad. And by the way, the same thing goes for this tape too, the graphics library tape that I happen to have. This is the same thing. This is not a videotape of still images to put in your edited productions. This tape contains digital data, which you load into the unit to add those digital graphics. So just like the getting started tape, there's a few minutes of digital data on this. And there's also data in the vertical blanking interval that it needs to see in order to start loading the data. So same thing with these. Digital copies don't work. They exist on the Internet Archive too. They do not work. And copies made through a time-based corrector, they also don't work. So just like with the getting started tape, if anybody wants holidays and celebrations, graphics library 2, get in touch with me. I will make you a dub of this tape that you can use with your system. A few other points about tapes. Videonics actually released multiple versions of the DirectED and DirectED Plus software, I assume fixing bugs and stuff. So you can see, for example, my DirectED Plus tape. It has a version number of 3.65. This seems to be a very common version and one of the last. I've heard that a 3.70, I think, exists. But yeah, so Videonics made, corrections and perhaps added minor functions to the DirectED software over time. So depending on when you bought your system, it might have a tape of a specific version on it. So I'd be interested to see what changed across versions. So if you have a DirectED or DirectED Plus getting started tape of a different version than 3.65, I'd be interested to get a copy of that just so I can see what the differences are. Also, both DirectEd and DirectEd Plus, they both came with the same model VCU1 video control unit. So I would assume that any VCU1 can run either DirectEd or DirectEd Plus. And then finally, earlier when I spoke about the production assistant, I showed you the brochure that came with this thing for production assistant. That's where you have a second infrared control wand, so that the unit can control your playback VCR in addition to your main VCR. Production assistant came with its own getting started tape, so I'd love to get a copy of that and build my own second infrared wand so that I can try production assistant. So if anybody has a Videonics DirectED Plus production assistant getting started tape, I would love to have a copy of that as well. Oh, by the way, I think I mentioned this earlier, but this getting started tape does have video footage on it after the data. It's got an instructional guide for DirectED Plus. So I have digitized this tape for the purpose of digitizing that instructional video, and I have uploaded that to this channel. So either, if I haven't done it yet, I will do it soon. You can watch the getting started video that would have came with this thing, and I think the same video was used for the original DirectED in addition to DirectED Plus. So you can watch that instructional video that's on this tape as well. There's another kind of piece of weirdness about the videotapes with this thing, and it's in the director's manual. On page 3-12 to be exact. It's kind of a troubleshooting section, and it lists some possible issues that may occur. So the final issue in this section reads, quote, "While learning the VCR's characteristics, I get a blue message that says no DirectED Plus credit on getting started tape, or credit already on getting started tape. Answer: each getting started tape is shipped with a credit that must be transferred to your video control unit before DirectED Plus will work on the unit. The credit is transferred during the Learn VCR Record Characteristics step. If the message indicates there is already a credit in your unit, simply press Cancel and DirectED Plus should work properly. If the message says there is no credit on the tape, it indicates that the tape has been used and its credit transferred to another unit." Chapter 9 explains credits further. I was kind of thrown for a loop when I read this because it sounds to me, as it may sound to you, like Videonics built some sort of DRM into the tapes, or at least into the getting started tape. It sounds like once you've gotten so far in the setup process for the unit, specifically when the unit is learning the record characteristics of your VCR, that there is some sort of code on this tape, some sort of unique license identifier that gets copied into the unit, and presumably it's then erased from this tape, and therefore you can't use this tape on another video control unit, that it won't work. But first of all, I can confirm to you that this actually isn't true. I have another video control unit. As I mentioned earlier, I have a ProEd system, and while I don't have a ProEd tape to boot it with, I was able to boot it just fine with this tape, even though I've already used this tape with this video control unit. So it simply isn't true. There is no DRM on these tapes. The record lockout tab is knocked out, so you can't record on these. So the unit does not erase any sort of license on this tape once it's been transferred to the unit's memory. It simply doesn't do that. And then the funny part of it is, going back to the manual, on that page it says, Chapter 9 explains credits further. Well, I read the entirety of Chapter 9, which is a chapter that has nothing to do with credits at all, not even anything adjacent to that. Chapter 9 is about the videotape library, and the word credit does not appear in Chapter 9 at all. Further to this, if we look at the index, which terrific index in this manual, like whoever wrote this manual basically took every word in the English dictionary and put an entry for it in this index. But there's an index listing for credit. It lists page 310, which it doesn't appear there, it's 312. And then it lists page 911, which on page 911 there is nothing about a credits on that page or any of chapter 9. And it also lists page 6-1. Well, page 6 or chapter 6 rather, titles, graphics, and special effects. And I skimmed through this chapter. There's nothing about credits on here either. So between me demonstrating that tapes work fine across multiple units and the wrong page in chapter 3 being listed in the index and the other pages listed in the index having no mention of credits, and indeed those entire other chapters, I think this was something Videonics planned. They planned to incorporate some sort of DRM so that you couldn't share tapes between units, but they never did it, and they simply didn't completely update this manual. They accidentally left that little troubleshooting thing in there, and they accidentally left it in the index. But in my opinion, there's simply nothing of the sort in these tapes, and anything listed in this manual is an error. So I thought that was kind of interesting. So what I'd like to do now is, we talked about how this video control unit is basically a general purpose computer. And as a matter of fact, if you were to simply look inside this thing, it looks more like what we would expect a computer of the time to look like than you might expect. So I want to show you the inside of it. There's 2 screws on the back that you remove, and then this top cover slides off. So let me do that, and we'll take a little tour of the inside of this thing. Here is the inside of the DirectED video control unit. And the first thing you might notice is this absolutely enormous transformer. This thing has a linear power supply inside of it, and it's huge, and for good reason. The add-on modules that I talked about earlier, they don't have power supplies of their own. They get their power from the video control unit. So this power supply is far overbuilt for running the video control unit itself, but it has reserve power to power add-on modules that you may install. So a very healthily sized transformer with a stamp of, that looks like 9 of April 1991 on it. And other notable things, there is the microprocessor. It's an NEC V40. This is basically an embedded version of the NEC V20 microprocessor, which is a popular drop-in upgrade CPU for IBM compatible PCs. So like the NEC V20, this V40, it's an Intel 8188 compatible CPU. So it's basically an 8088 with 8286 instruction compatibility, but it does not have the 286's protected memory mode. But yeah, that's what this is. I assume the -8 means it runs at 8 megahertz. But yeah, that is an Intel 8088 compatible CPU with extra peripherals built into it. Does this mean this is an IBM compatible PC? No, the BIOS is completely different, and I imagine the video output and everything else here is not IBM compatible architecture. There's something else right here, this Motorola chip. I recall looking it up. I forget whether or not I found out what it was, but if I did, I'll stick in some text. This, I believe, has to do with video output. And these are, or at least this MC144110, that's either an analog to digital or digital to analog converter. These chips, I forget. I feel like I looked them up and also wasn't sure what they are. There's some 7400 series logic in here. And here is the memory of the unit. Down at the bottom here, there is 256 kilobytes of memory in this thing, and Videonics actually tells you as such in the director's manual. They were very cool about telling you what kind of technology is in this thing. So they say in the manual that this says 256K of RAM. Now this chip right here, it looks very much like an EEPROM. It looks like there's a little window where a UV erase window would be, but it's covered up with ceramic. And also I looked up both of these part numbers and they don't come out to anything. Now oddly, on page 11.3 of the director's manual, where it lists the technical specifications of the unit, one entry is permanent memory 8 kilobytes of non-volatile RAM with fail-safe backup power provided by dual redundant lithium cells with a minimum life of 5 years. And this strikes me odd because, as we've seen, there's no lithium batteries inside the unit to be seen at all. And also, I'm not sure why there would be NVRAM in the unit when all the data is stored on VHS tape. But I'm wondering if maybe this chip is this NVRAM chip, and if that little bump in the center of it is actually an internal lithium battery like a Dallas real-time clock calendar chip would be. I don't know. My gut feeling is that this is another error in the manual. Maybe they planned on the unit having non-volatile RAM backed up by lithium batteries. I don't know why it would be that way though. Maybe this chip is simply a ROM chip, an EEPROM. Don't know. Big, beefy capacitors, big diodes as well. This power supply is very healthily built for what it does. It's kind of neat. Lots of analog circuitry. You can see all the resistors and stuff. Man, I wouldn't have a fun time diagnosing one of these if it had an issue. But yeah, now when I got this thing, it actually didn't work when it came in the mail. I seem to recall, I forget if it actually powered on or not. I think it powered on, but the power LED didn't work and it didn't respond to the remote at all. And I reseated this connector and that fixed it. I think maybe the connector was just like barely hanging on. Like it's possible it got jostled in the mail or something, but I just reseated it and that fixed it. You can see the infrared receiver right there for the remote. And interesting, a French notification of what kind of fuse to replace it with. This is, I did buy this in the United States, so I'm not sure why it's in French. Unless that was something that Canada in particular needed to be posted on this to be CSA approved, but even then, why wouldn't it be in English? Not sure. But yeah, a lot of cool technology inside these. An IBM compatible microprocessor. Really, really neat. I think it would be so cool if someday the homebrew community got their hands on one of these and figured out how to write custom software to make it work and do new things. I think that would be so cool. I'm not smart enough to do it, but it would be incredibly cool if someone else figured that out someday. Well, I've been yammering on about this thing for over an hour, and for good reason. But I think it's time that we let the DirectED speak for itself. So I'm going to find some equipment and conjure up a setup that we can use with this thing. And while I do that, we will take a moment to hear from some advertisers. And then when we come back, we will edit a YouTube video using the Videonics DirectED Plus. I'm back. And the equipment that I'm using here is both shockingly period correct, and also correct in terms of the caliber of equipment we've got going on here. I'm going to be using the Sony CVM 1271 12-inch composite video monitor from 1988. And the Panasonic, I forget what model it is, but my really high-end hi-fi stereo VCR from, I think, 1987. And I chose this VCR because it's got this very wonderful, very verbose vacuum fluorescent display. And so you'll be able to see everything that's going on because I'm going to have a camera pointed at all this stuff. And I'm a little nervous, but also a little excited because what you're going to find out pretty shortly after we start using this thing is that it absolutely thrashes your VCR mechanically. It does so much rewinding and fast forwarding and threading and unthreading with reckless abandon. It sits at record pause for minutes at a time. It is actually quite hard on both your VCR and the tapes you use. So I'm actually pretty excited to give this VCR a workout. I've used it very little in the past few years. Still works great though. And yeah, it's both the coolest looking and the most period correct VCR I have. There are several VCRs I could have used. I have a 1988 vintage Panasonic that you've never seen that would work with this. That 1992 Hitachi VCR we looked at in a previous video, that works with this. And I haven't tested my 1990 Orion built Emerson VCR, but I wouldn't be surprised if that would work fine too. And when I talk about work fine, I'm talking compatibility with the infrared controls, because of course remember this thing can control your main VCR. That's the entire crux, or most of the crux, of how it can do its job. So it's compatible with all those VCRs I just listed. This doesn't work with a 2000 vintage Panasonic VCR that we'll see in a video someday. But it does work with my 1998 Orion built Memorex VCR. It's compatible with that too. And shockingly, it is technically compatible with both my Digital 8 and my High 8 Sony camcorders. Even though these are far newer than this unit, it will detect them and control them through infrared, but of course you can't use a camcorder as a main VCR because it only has one set of AV jacks that serve as both input and output, and you need discrete sets of both input jacks and output jacks to use with this thing. So here's how I've got it all hooked up. The main VCR in and main VCR out jacks from here, they're obviously going into this VCR. This Digital 8 camcorder is going to be my play VCR. This is going to be playing the raw footage that I recorded using my High 8 camcorder. And you may ask, well, why don't I use the High 8 camcorder to play back the footage since I recorded it on that camcorder? And it's because I'm using this camcorder to record the monitor output that I'm going to be looking through here. You guys are going to see it through here, recorded by this guy, because A, it's got 2 hours of recording time versus 1 hour if I use the Digital 8, and B, for some reason the Digital 8, the picture jitters just a hair. There's something about the monitor output of this thing that the Digital 8 camcorder just doesn't like for some reason, and the picture jitters a bit. But it doesn't seem to jitter if I record on the High 8 camcorder. So this guy's going to be recording the monitor output for you. This guy's going to be recording or playing the raw High 8 footage of the video that we're going to edit today. And my phone's going to be perched up here. It's going to be giving you guys a shot of that. And then I have this JVC Super VHS camcorder that you've never seen before. I've had it for like 6 or 7 years. I've yet to make a video of it. I will someday. And this is the first time I've ever used it in a YouTube video. It's going to be recording me for no other reason that maybe you want to look at me while this thing sits and does something, or maybe I'm just narcissistic. I don't know. But this thing is recording in EP speed for the same reason that I'm using this thing to record the monitor output. I need all the recording time I can get for this video. And that might give you some foreshadowing on how long we're going to be sitting here. It could be hours. This could be an hours-long process editing this little piddly YouTube video that I've made. So let me get my phone perched up. Let me get everything recording and powered on. And we will begin. We're going to edit a YouTube video on the Videonics DirectED Plus. All right, so if you haven't noticed already, I've changed into some more comfortable clothes because, like I said, we're going to be here a long time. In fact, the recording of this demonstration is probably going to take place over several days. There's no way I can record all this in one chunk. I would be literally pulling an overnighter. I have not put power to the unit yet. I will do that now. So you can see when the unit is powered on, the first thing you see is this screen. This is all the unit can do until you boot it from tape. It shows you this very cute little diagram of a VCR and the getting started tape. And the remote control does nothing. The unit does not register that you're pressing buttons on the remote. It doesn't turn on and off with the power key. There's nothing you can do until you boot it. So I'm not actually going to use the original getting started tape because I don't want to put wear and tear on it. So I found my very highest quality VHS cassette that I've dubbed the getting started tape onto. So we are going to stick this in here and we're going to hit play. And what you're going to see there, as soon as the unit sees the data in the vertical blanking interval, that diagram goes away and it starts listening or watching for data to come in. And when the data starts coming in, which it should do any second now, you're going to see, there they go, little dashes filling up this yellow bar. Each of these dashes represents a block of data. And you can see there's a lot of gaps going in, and that's because, you know, it's VHS, it's a poor quality medium already, but then this is a second generation copy. It's a very poor quality VHS tape that I used for the heck of it. But you can see the gaps are starting to fill in. Once again, the data on the tape is recorded many times over, something like 20 times. So the unit has 20 chances to receive each block of data. So it works very reliably. We're probably on the third or fourth pass of data at this point. There's one block left. There we go. And now the unit's going to begin booting. At this point, I'll hit stop. I could let it keep going. It makes no difference either way. And there we go. Videonics DirectED Plus, copyright 1989. And here is our main menu. And it's such a cool looking interface on this thing. And at this point, I can use the remote control and control the unit. So this is the main menu, and some of the options, like the first two options you see on here, watch a tape on main VCR, watch a tape on play only VCR. So the unit is designed to remain hooked up as part of your entertainment system. So if you want to just use your VCRs to record TV or to watch a movie, you don't need to disconnect the unit. You can command the unit to basically pass through one of the two video inputs straight to the monitor. So you can do that this way. Maybe I'll take that opportunity right now. I'm going to say watch a tape on main VCR, and I'll just show you what that data looks like on the tape. So you can see now it says watch a tape on main VCR, press play on main VCR, press cancel when finished. So the unit's watching for, it's basically watching for a video signal from the VCR. So when I start playing the tape, this screen's going to go away and it's just going to pass the VCR through. And there, that's what the data looks like. It's very jam-packed. It's quite impressively dense. And yeah, they've made good. This thing has 256 kilobytes of RAM, and it can boot in as little as 15 seconds. So presumably there's at worst 256 kilobytes of data for every 15 seconds of video. That's pretty impressive. So I will hit stop, and I'll hit cancel on the remote, and we're back. Also at this point, I can turn the unit on and off. When you turn the unit off, it passes, does it pass through the main VCR? Let me try play again. Yes, it does. It just passes through the main VCR. I'll turn it back on. And it loads right back to the main screen. So when you turn the unit off, you don't have to reload the getting started tape when you turn it back on. If the unit loses mains power, like if the power goes out, then indeed you do need to reboot it from the getting started tape or one of your library tapes. Now let me talk about library tapes right now. So I've got 2 other VHS tapes. This is the minimum number of blank tapes that you need to make one DirectED Plus movie. One of these tapes is going to be your library tape 1, and the other tape is going to be basically a scratch tape where you make a dub. So the unit makes what are called library tapes, and you saw that sheet of stickers earlier. So those are labels for all the library tapes. So your library tapes can contain all of digital data that you can not only use to also boot the tape, so you don't need to, once you've got the unit set up, you don't need to boot it from the getting started tape if it loses power. You could boot it from library tape 1, and then when it boots, it reloads all of your saved work, basically. Whereas if you boot it from the getting started tape, it's like a factory fresh system again. It doesn't know what kind of VCR you have. It doesn't know what movies you've made. But once you've made library tape 1, you can boot the unit from that tape. And it loads all your saved settings and saved progress and stuff. And as you make more and more edited movies, you will create more and more library tapes, because your finished products, what the unit and the documentation calls the final production, your final productions will also be stored on library tapes. And each library tape has digital data on it. So any of the library tapes can be used to boot the unit. Yeah, you can write your finished productions onto their own tapes, which is good if you want to give a tape to a family member, or you can make it part of your library tape collection so that in the future, if you decide you want to watch a certain home movie that you made and edited with the unit, you can simply pick from a menu on the screen here. It'll list all the movies you've edited, and you can just say, I want to watch that one, and the unit will say, please insert library tape 3. So you don't have to keep track of, which tapes, and you don't have to label which tapes contain the individual productions you've made. The unit keeps track of all of that, and it'll just tell you to insert a certain library tape. It's really neat. So I've got 2 blank VHS tapes at the ready, blank. One of them's going to become library tape 1, and the other one's going to become a dub of our raw footage. And I'll explain why it does that once we start working with our raw footage. So you've seen this function here to be able to watch a tape. I am going to go to the next option, or I'm not going to go there, but I'll explain it. Watch a DirectED Plus movie. This is where you can watch either a DirectED Plus final production or a DirectED Plus movie. And this is where Videonics did kind of a bad job designing the terminology here, because I had to look in the manual to figure out what the difference is between a final production and a movie. A final production is your final edited product. A movie is basically your edit decision list. It's a recipe of how to make the final production out of the raw footage and the character generator. So if you choose to watch a movie, what it'll do is play your raw footage, or actually I think it's the dub that you make of your raw footage. And when it gets to scenes that are in the edited production, it will show them to you. And when it gets to scenes that aren't in the edited production, it'll put up a blank slate basically telling you to wait. And when it gets to any graphics or titles that you make, it'll generate them in real time. So that's the difference between a final production and a movie. And now we get to the next option, make movies with DirectED Plus. So this is where we actually get to work. So I'm going to hit select, and it's going to say, you can see it says here, insert movie library tape 1 in the main VCR, rewind and press play. If you don't have a library tape 1, press cancel. So the unit's prompting you to do this just in case you lost mains power and it doesn't know whether or not there's a library tape 1. So it wants to make sure that if you've used the unit before and it's actually not a factory fresh boot, that you load all the data into it that it's already supposed to know. Now, in our case, we're doing this for the first time. We are factory fresh. I don't have a library tape 1, so I'm going to hit cancel. It's going to go into another menu, and the first option is set up or change system. So I'm going to hit select and go into that. And the first setting we get is normal or express mode. This has to do with navigating the menus. When you're in express mode, you can hit the individual letter keys on the remote to navigate through the menus. I'm just going to leave it on normal for you guys and for myself. Remote control key speed. So this has to do with repeating letters. Like if you hold down a letter or number key and that character repeats, you can set it to repeat. If I hit change display, it'll show me a list of choices that I can choose. That's how fast the letter will repeat on the remote. I'm going to say none because I don't anticipate having to bother doing that. And then show menu highlight bar. This is literally just the dark gray bar you can see going around. I'm not sure why they gave you this option, just to be nice, I guess, but you can change it so that that gray bar doesn't move around, and now you can see it just, the text just turns white to indicate that you've selected it. The user interface is pretty slow. Like if I press buttons on the remote control rapidly, you can see it kind of skips around. You've got to be a little patient with it. It does buffer your keystrokes like when you're typing in text, so that's good at least. So I'm going to say set up or change play only VCR. And we can name the VCR if you want, so we could keep track of them. You know what? Just for fun, let's name this. Let's call this Handycam. Delete Shift H A N D Y C A M. So now instead of saying insert a tape in play VCR, it'll actually say, you know, insert a tape in Handycam or press play on Handycam. So that'll be kind of fun. And there it is. Now, I don't know why you have to specify the tape format. Let's see what the options are. VHS, VHS-C, Beta, Video 8. Super VHS, extended definition Betamax, which is kind of cool. 3/4 inch, so they literally, you know, they didn't want to leave out people who were using U-matic and ED beta with this thing. Although, to be fair, it's kind of likely that if you paid $500 for this system back in the day, there's a non-zero chance you had an extended definition Betamax VCR. It was a very good video format that just didn't catch on at all. Or other. I'm going to select Video 8. We're Digital 8 in this case, playing a high 8 video cassette. I don't know why this matters, but anyway, choose stereo or mono. We are stereo. Oops. And oh, right. So when I select a menu item and get out of it by hitting select again, it automatically goes down to the next menu option. So I didn't have to hit the down arrow key. So it's very slow doing it. So it's very easy to accidentally get ahead of it and it skipped down to a menu option you weren't expecting. So we're done setting up the play only VCR. Of course, it can't control the play only VCR. So there's nothing else it needs us to do at the moment. Now I'm going to go to setup or change main VCR. So this is fun, and this is going to take probably 45 minutes. So strap in, because you're going to see 45 minutes of just this thing absolutely badgering this VCR with commands. So we will go in to setup and or change main VCR. We'll just keep the name main tape format. It is VHS. New library tape length. I'm using T120 tapes, but we can punch in any number that we want. It's a stereo VCR. And here's the first fun thing we get to do. Learn VCR remote control. You can see in the green bar it says DirectED Plus controls your main VCR by imitating its remote control. Press select and follow the instructions. So I'll do just that. And it gives us instructions. You can see the red attention light is blinking because it needs us to do something. Insert the DirectED Plus Getting Started tape in the main VCR. Rewind to the beginning and press play. So the tape's in it, so I will rewind. And I'll hit play. And this is going to go really fast because this particular series of Panasonic VC, it's done. There, it didn't even give me time to explain it. And now it's testing it. See? It's controlling it by itself. I'm not touching anything. So it's going to run through a bunch of transport controls here. And what it's doing is it's watching the data stored in the vertical blanking interval. That's how it knows if the VCR is doing what it expects. That data in the vertical blanking interval is basically time code. So it's a custom time code format that this thing uses. So it knows where on the tape it is based on what the VCR is doing and that signal it's got coming in. So you can see it's threading and unthreading and threading and unthreading. And it very politely rewinds for you when it's done. So what I meant to say, but it all happened so quickly that I couldn't, just by luck, this particular series of Panasonic VCRs is the very first VCR remote codes that it checks when you run this test. So if I had a different VCR, we might have been sitting here for a minute or two. The codes are stop codes. So what it was looking for was it was looking for the VCR to stop. It was just sending repeated stop commands, or not repeated because the first one was the correct one for this particular VCR. But it sends stop commands, and when the video signal suddenly disappears, that's when it knows that the VCR stopped and it has the codes. And then it knows all the other codes from that. So here we go. It says remote control code successfully learned. Press select to continue. And it's automatically moved down to the next menu option, which is check VCR remote control. We don't have to do this, but we will just for the fun of it. It's going to once again run the VCR through, it's just going to run through a whole bunch of transport commands to check that it can control the VCR correctly. Once again, it'll be watching that timecode signal embedded in the vertical blanking interval of the tape to know that the VCR is doing what it expects. So I will hit select. And again, without touching a thing, the VCR is now under the control of the of DirectED Plus. So you can see on the monitor screen, the unit tells you what the VCR should do. And it looks like it all worked out and it's all done. So, this next one is also really cool. This again has to do with the main VCR. Learn VCR play characteristics. So I think this is one of the things that I think is just so darn cool about this system. So I'm just gonna, before we do it, I'm just gonna explain. This thing learns intimately the mechanical characteristics of your main VCR, both how it plays and how it records. So when we execute this menu option, it's going to run the VCR through another ton of transport commands, and it's learning on a mechanical level what the VCR acts like. How long does it take to thread up a tape? How long does it take to unthread a tape? When it begins playing a tape, does it pick up right from where the tape was stopped, or does the tape move a little bit before the signal actually comes in? How fast does it forward search? How fast does it reverse search? When you hit pause, how much does the tape move after receiving the pause command before it finally comes to a standstill? It's learning all of these very detailed mechanical characteristics of the VCR. According to the director's manual, it's something like 32 different characteristics. And that is one of the core reasons that this thing edits as well as it does, despite the fact that you're using consumer grade VCRs that have no timecode capability, is it learns to such a detailed extent what your VCR acts like that then going forward it's able to accurately guess how the VCR, like when you start recording your final production, it's going to know exactly where the tape is at any time without actually having time code to go off of. It's just doing it blindly, just by having really accurate guesses of what the VCR acts like mechanically. So let's see it do its thing. So it's going to learn the play characteristics. Insert the DirectED Plus getting started tape in the main VCR. Rewind to the beginning and press select or play. It's already rewound, so I'm just going to hit select. It says checking library tape. I think it just wants to make sure that you've actually got the DirectED or the getting started tape in it and not a library tape. Here we go. You can see the monitor picture jumps around. The unit gen locks itself to the incoming video signal, whether from the main VCR or the play VCR. So that's why you might see the picture jump a little bit, and you might see some analog noise as well. So you can see now it says testing VCR motion characteristics. So it thinks it's learned everything. Now it's testing it to see if what it's calculated works when it's tested again. There we go, it's done. So the video control unit now knows this VCR on a deeper and more intimate level than some married couples know about each other. That's so cool. I think that is just the bee's knees. So we're gonna have more fun now, because the next step is learn VCR record characteristics. So now it's gonna do all that same stuff, but in the record mode, and it's going to figure out how this VCR behaves on a mechanical level when it comes to recording a tape. Probably most importantly, how record pause functions. And I don't know, it might test for what the glitching artifacts is like when you start and stop recording, because of course this VCR doesn't have a flying erase head. But let's hop to it. Now, of course, it's not going to record on the getting started tape, so it gives us some instructions here. Set VCR input switch to line. Yep, I'm there. Recording speed to SP. Yes. Turn memory features off. Yes. And set tracking to center. Does this even... No, this has an electronic tracking control, so we're there. Label a 120-minute blank tape, movie library tape 1. Insert in main VCR, rewind, press select, allow 2 to 4 minutes. So, take my getting started tape back. I'm going to use this Memorex video cassette. And it's already rewound, but it was rewound by a different VCR. So just to be safe, because this is important for accurate editing, I'm going to fast forward it a bit and then rewind so that it's this VCR rewinding it to wherever this VCR decides to stop rewinding. There. This tape's a little tight, and I'm not sure if that might affect anything, but we will find out. Affect anything in terms of the accuracy of the edits. So I'm going to hit select, and it's going to begin recording library tape 1. So it's going to record data that can not only boot the unit, but contains the remote codes, the mechanical characteristics that it's learned, everything that it needs to know if it loses power and needs to reboot. So it's playing the tape right now. I did erase this tape. I erased it with no signal going into it, so the control track's probably all over the place. Well, you know what? I didn't even have to fast forward it and rewind it. The unit does it itself. That's how smart it is. Because it wants to make sure that it's being rewound by this VCR, because it knows where this VCR likes to stop tapes when it rewinds them. You know what I mean. All right. It is recording. Library tape 1. Or I assume it is. It could be just testing, because it does a lot of that. It does like a test recording before it finally commits to the true recording. You can see the VCR light is lit up on the video control unit. So anytime it's controlling the VCR, that lights up, and that's your signal not to touch your VCR, because the unit is controlling it at that moment. The data it records is, I think, once again about 3 minutes long, just like with the getting started tape. So it's doing more learning here. It stopped recording and then immediately went into play mode because the unit wants to see, does the tape back up at all if you go from record straight to play. So now it says, learning VCR's recording characteristics. This takes 5 to 10 minutes. Don't interrupt. So enjoy. Believe it or not, this may possibly be the most fun part of this video. Once this is done and it's time to actually edit our movie, it might not be as fun as this is. Or maybe you don't even find this part fun. I think it's fun. I think it's cool seeing the VCR work through all its motions. This is the first time I've used the unit with this VCR. I made one test movie using some other VCRs. Oh, that was weird. Showed a bunch of stuff on the tape that I haven't seen it do before. It briefly showed the instructions again on what to do to record the library tape. I don't recall it doing that before. So now it says on the screen, Movie Library Tape 1 Edition 2. So it's overwriting the library tape 1 again because there's now additional information to save. There's the record characteristics now. So, and there you go. It actually shows you the data as it does it. So whenever it records a new version of a particular of a data set for a particular library tape, it increments the edition number. And I believe you do have the option of saving older editions and sticking in a new tape if you want to. The manual explains how, I think. So you can see it's recording the data here. We could play this tape back to boot the unit if we lost power. And at the end of this data stream, there's going to be a static frame of data. I guess this is your actual library data because it says library. So this probably contains like remote codes, mechanical characteristics, stuff like that. Maybe, I'm just guessing. So now it's checking to make sure it was actually recorded. There, we're done. We are done the setup portion of this demonstration. How long have we've been at? We're 50 minutes into this, 50. Were you not entertained by watching this VCR do all that stuff? I know I was. Wow, 50 minutes and we have not started editing yet. So, you know what I mean. I've got to pee and stand up and stuff. So I'm going to take a break, maybe even for the night. But our next step is going to be actually editing the video, which begins by making a dub of the video that the unit uses as a working copy to figure out where you want your edits to be and what edits you want there to be and stuff like that. So I'm going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will begin editing a video on this thing. I'm back again. It's 5 or 6 days later. Took a little break from taping just so I could start editing the earlier portions of this video. So where we left off was we spent the last hour or something just getting the VCRs set up so that the unit can control the main VCR and that it knows what the play VCR is. And now we're ready for the next step. The first step in actually beginning to edit something finally, and that's making a dub. So I'll explain what that means as we go along. But the unit's been turned off. I don't think the power's gone out, so everything should be as we left it. I'm going to turn it on. And hey, look at that. It begins to boot right up straight from memory. And there we are. So we are going to go back to Make Movies with DirectED Plus. And the next step, which it's already highlighted for us, is Copy Original to Dub. So it's going to take our raw footage that's sitting in this Digital 8 camcorder here, and it's going to make a copy of that to VHS. And I'll explain why once we actually get it started here. So Copy original to dub, yes. Dub name, we can name it anything we want, and if we were editing a bunch of stuff, it'd be good to give it a name, but I'll just call it, well, I'll do this. I'll call it YouTube. I wish it was QWERTY on this remote. YouTube demo. Select. Maximum original length. Now this is important. So the unit is going to record, or it's going to dub your raw footage to VHS or whatever format your main VCR is. It's going to copy this for however long you set here. So you need to set a length longer than your raw footage. I have something like 25 minutes of raw footage. Just to be safe, I'm going to select and enter 30. Going too long is fine, but if you go too short, it's going to stop dubbing before you've actually gotten to the end of your raw footage. So I'm going to set 30 here. My raw footage is about 25 minutes. We can view the original before copying. You don't have to do this, but this is good just to make sure your Play VCR is connected properly to the video control unit. And eagle-eyed viewers, if you look over here, may notice that I definitely don't, because it's not plugged in at all, because I actually took the cable completely out to transfer some footage to the computer. So now I've got to grab this cable and plug this guy in. Mustard, mayonnaise, ketchup. All right. So that's now plugged in. So with all that now properly reconnected, I will select View Original before copying. View Original before copying. Waiting for video from Handycam. Oh yeah, that's we actually named our Play VCR. Waiting for video from Handycam. Press cancel when finished. So I'm just going to hit play on this camcorder, and it sees it immediately. Or it sees the blue screen. Oh yeah, I got to set this Handycam to.
Hello everybody.
There we go.
In today's video,
So
we are looking at a neat.
We made a video. I made a video about a 12-volt vacuum cleaner. That's what we're going to be editing today. So that all looks fine, although something I'm realizing now that could be problematic. I'm just going to hit stop here and hit cancel. The unit saw a blue screen from the camcorder immediately. And that could be bad for us, because how the unit is going to work is, as soon as it sees any video from the Play VCR, it's going to start a timer that it will later use to know how far along your raw footage you are when you actually start recording the finished production. But because it saw that blue screen from the camcorder immediately, even though the actual video hadn't started yet, that could be problematic. But I don't know. We'll see. No, it should be okay, because it'll dub that blue screen to the dub tape, so it might all work out fine. We'll find out as we go along. But the first thing I got to do is just set the playback mode to high 8 only, because I don't want it to try accidentally going into video 8 mode. So I'm going to rewind. And yeah, so we saw our raw footage show up, which is good. And the next step is start copying. So I'm going to hit select, and it's going to tell us what to do. It's going to hold our hand through this whole thing. Set VCR input switch to line, recording speed to SP, turn memory features off, and set tracking to center. Label a 120-minute tape movie library tape 2. Insert in main VCR, rewind, press select, allow 2 to 4 minutes. So we're now making a second library tape, a second tape that's going to contain data about what's going on. And I believe that the dub itself is going to also be recorded to library tape 2. So library tape 2 is going to be it's going to be basically permanent storage of a dub of this production, so that if, however far down in the future, we decide we want to change it in some way and make a new edited production, we don't have to remake the dub. It'll just say insert library tape 2. So I believe I have library tape 1 currently in it. So I will take that out. And we will make this tape library tape 2. And it says insert main VCR rewind. I'll just do this. And I'll reset the counter just for the heck of it. And it says press select, so I will press select. And it's now going to record library tape 2. So it's going to record data to this tape that'll tell it, among other things, that this tape contains a dub called YouTube Demo. So it's playing the tape. It just went, oh no, this is good. I erased this tape. If this tape were to already contain library data on it, it would stop and it would say, get another tape. This one already has library data. Oh. Took the words right out of my mouth. I could have swore I erased this tape. Maybe I didn't. This tape contains library data. Press select to proceed. Destroying old. Oh, okay. So I don't have to go back and erase the tape. It's going to do it for us. So I'm going to hit select. And away we go. So it's not yet recording the dub, it's just recording library data right now. So maybe while it's doing that, I have time to explain what this dub actually is and what the purpose is. So what it's going to do is, it's going to dub our raw footage to the main VCR, so it's going to record onto VHS. And while it dubs the video, it's going to insert a timecode signal in the vertical blanking interval. I don't think it's anything standard like VITC. I think it's Videonics' own proprietary timecode signal. So this dub is going to have our footage and the timecode signal. And the purpose of this is that we are going to mark our edits, our in and out points for all of our scenes on this dub. And because the dub has a timecode signal on it, the unit is going to know where we are on the tape when we mark these in and out points. Now it says creating new dub. It's gone into pause on the VCR, and now we're in record pause. Which, to be perfectly honest, I often forget is a thing that even consumer VCRs can do. Videonics DirectED Plus Movie Library Tape 2 YouTube Demo. So it's recording. There we go. It's in record pause and it's waiting for us to start playing. Insert original tape YouTube Demo in Handycam VCR. Rewind to the beginning and press select. I've already rewound. I'm going to hit select. Press play on the Handycam VCR now. You may press select at any time to end the dub early if we want to. So it's waiting to see video from the Handycam. I'm going to hit play. And there we go. It started recording because that blue screen triggered it. And there we go. So according to, where did I read this? I think it was the manual where I read this. Gosh, the VU meter on this VCR looks so cool. I love this VCR. I believe I read in the manual that the unit uses video luminance to determine when video must be coming in from the play VCR, because obviously back in the 80s and into the 90s, I think most VCRs, they were on a black screen when they weren't playing a tape, so the unit saw black, and as soon as it saw a video level significantly higher than black video, it assumes that this is the incoming video, and then it starts the main VCR recording. So as I said, this is now recording, it's dubbing our raw footage to VHS and simultaneously inserting a timecode signal in the vertical blanking interval. So we're going to later use this dub to mark our edits. And then once we do that, I'm going to explain, or maybe I'll explain now. Just because this is so weird, maybe I want to get it out now while I have your interest, if I still do at all, after 2 hours or however long this has been. So you may think, as I originally did, that, okay, we're making a dub that has a timecode signal, and now we're going to use that dub to record the final production, because the dub has timecode signals on it, and it can use that timecode signal to make accurate edits. And therefore, our final production is going to be a third generation copy. And that's not how it works, which is good, because once you get past second generation analog videotape recording, unless it's made on really high-end professional equipment, it's going to look like junk. It certainly will for VHS and Betamax and Video 8 and the like. So no, it doesn't make the final production from the dub. It still uses the raw footage. The only thing we use the dub for is marking our edits. The way it's able to use the raw footage, because you may think, well, if you're playing the raw footage, it's blind, there's no timecode signal. How could it possibly know where in the raw footage it is, and therefore when to start and stop recording? And it doesn't. It completely flies blind. All it goes by is when it sees the luminance change. That's your start point, right? That's the start point for this dub, timecode 0 or whatever. And that's the start point for the raw footage as far as it's concerned, is as soon as it sees any video that's not black. So in this case, the blue screen that the Handycam generates. So as soon as it sees that, it knows that's the starting point. And if it knows, as long as it knows where the starting point is, and as long as it knows where in the dub your edits are marked, then it can infer where in the raw footage your marked scenes are. Just as soon as it sees that first frame of valid video, it starts a timer, and it basically just looks at a clock. And when it comes time to hit record on the main VCR, it hits record. And when it comes time to go into record pause, it goes into record pause. That's how it does it. It's really neat. And let's say your scenes don't have to be in order on the raw footage, right? You can take something later in the raw footage and insert it earlier in your final production. So what it has to do in that case is it makes you rewind the raw footage and hit play again, and then it starts from the beginning. And remember, this can't control your play VCR. It only records your main VCR. So it has no choice but to sit there and play the raw footage in real time, waiting for the next scene to come around. It records that next scene, and then it makes you rewind again and then hit play, and then it waits again. Now, I'll take this opportunity to explain a neat add-on that you could buy for the DirectED, specifically for DirectED Plus. It was called the Production Assistant, and what it basically was it was a second infrared wand that could be used to control your play VCR. And so this eliminated the need to manually rewind your raw footage and hit play again when you're making your final production. It will do it on its own. And Production Assistant is not simply the second infrared wand. It has its own getting started tape. It's its own version of the DirectED Plus software. So I would really like to get a copy of the DirectED Plus Production Assistant getting started tape. I've contacted someone who has one, and I'm hoping that maybe they'll indulge me and mail me a copy of that tape. But otherwise, I'll say if anybody has a Videonics DirectED Plus Production Assistant getting started tape, I would like a copy of that too. And if I manage to get that, we'll make another video where I demonstrate the Production Assistant. I'll just use this same footage, because I would imagine I should be able to just import this same movie and just have it remake the final production, but this time it's completely hands-off because it can control the play VCR. So you can see this video that I recorded here. I recorded it on the Hi8 camcorder. Video about this 12-volt vacuum cleaner that I found at the Restore. So I recorded this video with special mind that I was going to edit it on the DirectED Plus, because if in some theoretical world you are going to use this system to make a YouTube video, there's one particular thing that you need to be mindful of, and that is every time you start and stop recording on your camcorder, give like 10 seconds of time before you start talking. And when you stop talking and you're ready to stop recording on the camcorder, wait 10 seconds before you hit stop. Because this thing, the edits this thing makes, it's quite impressive at how accurate they are. But by any professional standard, and especially modern standards, it's not accurate at all. We're going to mark our scenes, and we'll be able to mark our scenes to the 10th of a second. But when it comes time to actually record the final production, the edits are going to potentially be off by possibly 2 or 3 seconds at the worst. So you got to give yourself a lot of slop in your raw footage when you're actually shooting your video. You got to allow for a lot of slop for every scene you record. Give several seconds at the beginning before you start talking or before the action starts, and several seconds after you stop talking or after the action ends. So that's what I've done in this video. Fun fact, this is actually the second attempt I made at recording a YouTube video to be edited on the DirectED Plus. I originally recorded a video of a vintage calculator that I've had for almost a decade, but I've never made a YouTube video of it. And it came out to 40 minutes of raw footage, and I thought, no, I can't put myself, or you guys, but especially myself, through editing 40 minutes of raw footage on this thing. So I was like, okay, I imported it to the computer. I will edit it as a normal video, and we'll see that sometime in the future. So yeah, I decided to make another video, which was this one. It came out to 25 minutes, which is still longer than I wanted. I was hoping to make like a 15-minute video, but by golly, if I'm not the most long-winded person I've ever met in my life, case in point, this video. So I'm just going to let it sit here and chew on this raw footage, dubbing it to VHS, and we'll come back when it's all done, and then we'll begin the editing process. I'm back. I walked away and had some food, a good habit to make when you're using this thing. we are now dubbing a bunch of junk that was also on this tape. Looks like a demonstration of one of the title makers. So I'm going to hit select to end the dub early. There we go. So I believe it's just recording some data after the fact now. There we go. And I can stop my play VCR. I'll rewind it. Saving an extra copy of your movie library data. If you're ready to move on, press cancel to abandon the extra copy. So this thing's very careful. It basically saves your progress every chance it gets, and everywhere that it can, just in case a tape ever gets eaten or damaged or recorded over or whatever. My lapel mic not working. My lapel mic is not working. When did it stop? Oh, my batteries died. Okay, let me get some new batteries for my belt pack. Jeepers. Now it's recording the actual data. You can see we're now on edition 3 of Library Tape 2. So once again, this is data that can actually be used to boot the unit. And when it boots, it'll basically boot up into a state where you last were when you last used it, or at least when this tape was recorded. All right, so we've made our dub. Now at this point it's highlighted list dubs in library, so if I do that, we've got YouTube demo, 27 minutes. Press change display to return to the menu, okay. We're done. We're done this part. Now we finally get on to actually editing. The first step of which is mark scenes on dub, place in movie. Now, movie is, I think I explained this earlier, how Videonics uses the term movie is it basically means the edit decision list, the recipe of how to make the edited production out of your raw footage, as well as out of the built-in character generator that this thing has, which we'll also make use of in this movie. Because, of course, I didn't record this, but at the end of my raw footage, I actually recorded, from my computer, I recorded the song that I use in the end screen of many of my videos. So we'll actually make an end screen using the character generator in this thing, and we'll be able to place it on top of that music, just like I do in my YouTube videos. Except the actual text will generate with the unit, which will be fun, or maybe annoying. So, first step is mark scenes on dub, place in movie. So we're now going to play our dubbed copy, which has that built-in time code, and we're going to mark the ins and outs of our various scenes. So, I'm going to hit select, choose dub to mark, YouTube demo, choose movie. Press select to name a new movie into which scenes you mark will be placed. Press change display to choose an existing movie. So we've never made a movie, so I've got to make one. I could call it movie 1, but I'll just call it YouTube movie. And now we go to mark scenes and place in movie. So this is where the grind begins. We could be here for a long time. So we get this user interface. It starts to play the tape. And it's going to search forward for the beginning of the dub. But at this point, I could change the name of the movie if I wanted by pressing M on the remote. I can also change the name of each scene as I mark it by pressing S on the remote, but otherwise it'll just automatically name them scene 1, scene 2, etc., and that's just fine for what we're doing. That's just some digital 8 noise you just heard. And here we go. So,
hello everybody.
So I'm just going to hit pause here. So we mark the start and end of each scene using the up and down arrows on the remote. You can see the legend at the bottom left of the screen. And we can actually use the remote to make the VCR search backwards and search forward using the left and right keys, which is nice. Once we've marked the start and end of a scene, we can hit the select button to save it as a scene, and then it's committed. But we can go back and adjust things later if we want. You can see the time code at the right, so it is reading the time code on the tape, but you can see it's counting even though I currently have the tape paused. It just doesn't know that the tape is paused, so when it loses the time code, either because the tape is paused or you're searching backwards and forwards, it just keeps it counting until it can see the time code again. And then you can see it updates.
A neat vintage 12-volt vacuum cleaner.
It does, if I search using the remote, it does make the time code go backwards and forwards, which is nice. So, let's begin. So I've got to mark the start here. I'm going to try that.
Hello everybody.
And that was pretty good.
We are looking at a neat...
So also at this point, so there's going to be a lot of searching back and forth as I mark my start and end, but if I want to, I also have the option of using the number keys on the remote to fine-tune my scene mark. So for example, to adjust my start, I can use 1 and 5. 1 sends it earlier a bit, and 5 sends it later by tenths of a second. So that's pretty nice. Now for this opening scene, the first scene of the video, I do want to leave a bit of a buffer because, as you know, in my YouTube videos, I fade from black. And so I want at least an extra second of buffer so that I can make that fade from black, because when we input graphics later, the way you do a fade from black on this is you basically put a black slate in front of your video and then dissolve it out. So you want your scene to have enough padding in it for that black slate to appear and to give it time to dissolve out before I start talking. So I'm actually going to back it up again. It's a little clunky to reverse and forward search using the remote, so I think I prefer doing it right on the VCR itself. Go back a bit more. When you use the VCR controls to search, it doesn't keep track of the time. So I'm going to do this.
Hello,
that's
everybody.
Good. We'll keep it there.
In today's video, we are looking at a neat vintage 12-volt vacuum cleaner.
So,
This is a Motor Master auto
we could
canister
search
vac.
at this point. I
It
don't
is
have
a
to play it in
3.8
real
liter,
time.
That's 1 gallon. Wet, dry,
So while we're doing this,
vacuum
I'll address a
and
couple of
right
things
there
that
you
you
can
might
see
have
that
noticed
is
right
the
off the bat.
Motor
The
Master
first thing you
logo.
probably notice is that everything over here has been rearranged. The video control unit is sitting under here now. And then the second thing you might notice is that I'm suddenly wearing a different shirt now. So what happened? So this is actually my second attempt taping this part of the video, marking the scenes. It's about a week later. A week ago, I taped this part of the video, and it turns out now I'm having to redo it. And the issue is because the act of searching back and forth on the VHS VCR overwhelmed my high 8 camcorder, which is recording the monitor output, overwhelmed it so much that when I went to import the footage into the computer, there were so many dropped frames and stuff that I couldn't synchronize the recording with the rest of the action going on in the video being recorded from this camera and everything else. And so I decided, with that lesson learned, the best thing to do was just start over and do it better this time. So now what I'm doing is I'm actually running the monitor output from the video control unit into the Videonics MX1 digital video mixer, because it has a built-in time-based corrector, and then I'm running the output of that into the high 8 camcorder, and based on a little test that I did, that seems to work. And hopefully this should all go smoothly now. So yeah, this is my second time doing this part of the video. It's a week later, unfortunately. And then as for why this stuff over here is rearranged, I'll explain it later in the video, but basically, in short, I had a technical problem occur due potentially to this thing overheating. Videonics stresses in the manual multiple times not to sit this thing on top of a VCR or anything that gets warm. I chose to blatantly ignore that, and I had an issue occur at one point that I think was caused by this thing overheating. But I've mitigated that now. I'll explain that later, maybe once we're done editing and we've recorded the final production. Oh, is this the end of a scene? Yes, I think it is. Okay, so let me back up here. The motor housing here lifts off just like it would on any shop vac. Okay, so that's our scene 1 marked. And I'll hit select to save that scene.
So here
there we
is
go.
the two halves of the unit separated.
So now I gotta restart. I gotta back this up and mark the beginning of this scene. So when does this start?
So here the two halves
Okay,
of
so
the
I'll back
unit
that up by
separated.
1 second.
And you can see the motor housing here, like any shop vac.
And
it's got this filter over the
so to test what this looks like, I can hit V, view marks, and it's going to back the tape up and play it from where I marked it. So let's try that. It's going to blink to show where I marked it.
So here is the
That's actually a little, I'm going to back that up by another
You
second.
can see the motor housing here, like any shop
And
vac.
I'll do that one more time. So I've hit V, view marks. So it is kind of semi-automated, the way you're able to kind of review what you've done.
So here is the two
Might back that
halves
up a
of the
little
unit
bit more, but
separated.
other than that, I'm
And
happy.
you can see the motor housing here, like any shop vac. It's got this filter.
So another thing you'll notice is you should see this blue and orange bar on the right side of the screen. The entire bar represents the length of your footage, And the red mark that's slowly traveling down, that shows where you are in the footage right now. The orange mark that you can see at the top, or the orange portion of the bar, that represents a scene that I've marked. So as I mark scenes, parts of this blue bar will turn orange to show that they are the location of scenes that I've marked. Also, a piece of slightly concerning news. The first time I shot this part of the video, this VCR started making a very subtle growling noise. It's not doing it right now, but it started doing it the first time I taped this video. So I don't know if I've got a spindle that has a bearing going bad or what. Capstan motor, reel table, not sure. I don't think it was just the tape, because I tried another tape in it off camera and it still growled a little bit. So this VCR might need some mechanical attention. I'm not sure yet.
Inside the canister is something you especially don't want if you're cleaning a car.
Oh.
Shit.
I did a flub here. So how did I pick this up?
Just because then the fine dust would land on everything.
So this could be dicey, because I lost my train of thought recording this and I stopped for several seconds and then picked up. So I'm gonna have to find a place to end this scene and then pick it up when I start talking again as a new scene. So let me... Oh, I gotta go back further. Go back further.
Dust back into the air, which is something you especially don't want if you're cleaning a car.
Okay, I'll mark it there.
Shit.
Language. So let me just back that up one more time. Check how I've marked that.
Air, which is something you especially don't want if you're cleaning a car. Shit.
That's pretty good. I'll bring this back just a hair. I want to see that just one more time.
But if you're cleaning a car,
that's good. I'm happy with that. So I'll end this scene.
because then the fine...
Oops. And...
just because then
that's
the
good, I
fine
think.
dust would land on everything and everything would be covered in dust. So let me see if I can get this thing apart and then we'll come back.
Okay. Might bump that forward a little bit. I'll do that.
Those are some awfully crusty screws.
I'll hit select.
And the filters... Those are some awfully crusty screws.
I'll back that up.
And, the filter's got some dirt on it
maybe
too,
that
so
much.
This thing definitely was used. I'm back. Those are some awfully crusty
I think that's all right.
screws. And the filter's got some
Actually,
dirt
maybe
on
I'll
it
back
too,
it up.
So this thing
Maybe there.
was used in its life, but I think wash it. So I will reassemble
Okay,
this
coming
thing.
up on the end of a
Is there any
scene.
markings on the motor? No, nothing at all. I will reassemble this thing and then we will test it.
Oops. Didn't register my button press.
I will reassemble this thing and then we will test it.
There, that's good. Save that. Oh,
Also, there is a complete
Oh,
lack
no.
of rubber gaskets in this thing.
okay, so we have another bit of a dicey situation because I ended that last scene and then I decided that, oh, I missed something. I wanted to add that to it. So I started recording again, finished my thought, and if I remember right, hopefully well, of course I know this is my second time doing this, but you guys don't know yet. But hopefully, I believe I retook the end of that scene because I was being a good girl and thinking about the implications that would go into editing this on the DirectED Plus. So let me
Nothing
let me
here.
just go back and see how I started that again.
Complete lack of... Also, there is a complete lack of rubber gaskets.
I'll bring
in
it
this
back
thing.
this far.
Nothing here. Nothing here.
Let me just take a look at that again. I can hear that bearing growl again in the VCR.
Also, there is a complete lack of
That's
rubber
good.
gaskets in this thing. Nothing here. Nothing here. There's a lot. Probably the motor would eventually burn out on you.
That ending caught me by surprise. Let me see that again.
Too bad. If you used one of these a lot, probably the motor would eventually burn out on you.
Yeah.
I will reassemble. So I will reassemble this thing and then we will test it and see how it works.
I'm going to see that again.
So I will reassemble
You'll back it up a
this
little
thing,
more.
and then we will test it and see how it works.
There. So that scene's good, but now I have the dilemma where back in scene, I think it was scene number 4, I ended that scene thinking I was done inside the vacuum cleaner, and then I was like, oh yeah, I wanted to talk about the gaskets, started recording again, talked about gaskets, and then ended that scene again. So now what we're going to have to do is once we're done marking scenes, because at this point I can't go back to a previous scene, I've got to just finish marking all my scenes, and then after that I've got to go back. We'll have the opportunity to edit our marked scenes. I've got to remember to go back to scene 4 and end it early before I start saying, well, now I'm going to put it back together and then we'll do this. So I've got to bring back my end point for that scene. So I'll have the opportunity to do that once we're done editing our scenes.
So powering this immediately blow the fuse on that.
Another thing we can do, if I hit change display, it hides the user interface. So if you want to see your video in its entirety, you can just hit it again to bring it back. Very nice.
So I've dug out something you guys haven't seen in years. It's the Marlboro Power Pack.
I have such a hard time pronouncing Marlboro. Marlboro.
It used to run through an
You can see that progress bar on the right hand side of the screen filling up with orange as we mark scenes.
And if you've owned one
Oh, so something else I've done, I forget if I mentioned it earlier or not, but after I end the recording here, I actually recorded the music that I usually use in my end screen onto tape. So we'll do an additional scene with the music.
Facebook Marketplace. So that's it. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next video.
Okay. Final scene, which is the music. There it is. It's a little quieter than I wanted. So I've got the extended version here where I started it at the very beginning, because I'm going to have an additional scene before the end screen that says this video was edited on the Videonics DirectED Plus. And I'll actually make the end screen itself on the DirectED Plus too, so we'll do that together as well, and that'll be neat. And that, all right, save that, and we're done. So we hit cancel to show that we're done. Press select to continue marking scenes, or press cancel if you're done. We are done. And that's it. So at this point, we are ready to add graphics. Now, you can see it's highlighted list scenes in movie. So I'll show you what that looks like. So it shows what time code in the dub it occurs, and the length of each scene. And you can see, you notice where it says rewind on the right hand side. So when we actually record the final production, these are the points where it's going to make us rewind the tape. Even though none of my scenes are out of order, it makes you rewind the tape sometimes, I think just to give it the best fighting chance of having the edits be reliable. So it wants to like average out where the VCR rewinds the raw footage. Because remember, when we actually finally record our edited production, it's not going to do it from this dub. It's actually going to do it from the raw footage. So it's going to be flying blind. So maybe that's why it's making us rewind. Looks like 5 or 6 times here, even though all the scenes are in a row. Also, I just remembered we need to edit scene 4. So let me go back. I don't think, is this what I want? I don't think this is what I want. No, it isn't. So I'll just cancel out of that. Place movie library tape 2 in main VCR, press play or select when ready. That's odd. Why is it making us do that now and not when we were originally done? That makes me a little nervous. Oh, I guess it's not going to record data. It just wants to make sure the right tape's in. So I'll hit select. Whoa. What has happened? Why did it do that? Cancel. That was weird. Okay, I don't like that it did that. Anyway, we're out of here. Let me just list the scenes again to make sure that nothing crazy happened just now. I think it's good. That was a little scary. Don't know why it did that. So I'm going to go to done. And I think that, yeah, the next menu option lets us edit our scene markings. Edit movie, add titles, graphics, etc. So I'll go in there and rename or remark scene. So this is what we want. So choose scene. Scene 4 is the one we need to change. And we need to remark the scene end. Shuttling the tape back to where scene 4 is. I guess it decided to rewind it all the way back for whatever reason. We will test it. Okay, so I gotta go back here. I'm not sure how far back I've got to go back, but I'll go back for a while.
Patched. Surely it's not glued in there, but I'm not sure what
you can remove the cloth filter to wash it.
So, I will reassemble this thing.
Is
there any mark?
So this is a tough one because I don't really, I don't provide a decent break between when I finish my thought and when I move on to saying, so I'm going to put this thing back together, blah, 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 blah. So where to edit this could be hairy.
To wash it. So, I will...
yeah, this could be hard.
Yeah, that is the inside of this thing.
I know. I know what I'll do.
But, yeah, that...
I'll end it before the but,
Take out the top of the impeller in there. But, yeah. In there. But,
I think that's good.
That is the
I'll back it up just a hair.
In there. But,
I think that's good. That's what I'll do.
That is the inside.
All right. We're done. Cancel. Okay. So that was 45 minutes or so of work that we just put in. At this point, we should really save our progress. And how we do that is by making the unit. The unit ought, at this point, the unit ought to have prompted us to stick in library tape 1 so it could write new data to it that saves these scenes, because if the power were to go out right now, all of our work would be lost, because the scenes that we've marked have not been recorded to tape, that it's still only in the unit's RAM. So I'm going to command this thing to force a save of our progress, to save our progress to library tape 1. So how we do that is we go back again, and I'm going to go down to revise movie library, and I'm going to say save memory, and I'm going to say recreate library tape 1. If library tape 1's ever destroyed, you'll need this choice. Press help for instructions. So I'm going to choose that. And yes. So I'm just going to re-stick in our, it prompts us to stick in a fresh tape, but I'm just going to reuse our current tape. So I'll eject that. And stick this tape in, hit select. And it's going to complain that I've stuck in a tape that has library data already on it, but it'll give me the option of overwriting it. Warning, this tape contains library data. Press select to proceed, destroying old data. Yes, please. So we're now recording edition 4 of our library tape 1. I forget whether or not you saw edition 3 being recorded. It's possible that edition 3 was recorded when I did the first take of marking our scenes that I had to scrap because of the time-based correction issue on the monitor recording. So while this is doing I'll take a moment to go back and talk about the potential overheating issue that I had with the video control unit, which also occurred during my first take of marking our scenes. So what happened was, when we were done marking our scenes the first time, I did the same thing that I'm doing right now. I forced a overwrite of library tape 1 to save our progress, and then off camera, once we were done, you can see there's now 2 frames of data in our library. Once I made it do that, off camera, I decided to test library tape 1 by power cycling the unit and booting it from library tape 1. And it turns out that what ended up happening was it did boot, but it was corrupted. Nothing worked properly. So what I'd like to do is, I documented this on video, which I posted on my Mastodon page. Let me show you what it looked like when this thing tried booting from this turned out to be corrupted library tape 1. So I wanted to do a test. I'm done for the night, and I thought, well, I'll just power cycle the unit and I'll load up my library 1 tape and just make sure that it's all good. And this is what happens. So the unit starts to boot, and it seems to boot successfully from library tape 1. All seems to be great, and at this point it should be booted basically back to where it was before I power cycled it. But watch this. If I go to Make Movies with DirectED Plus and hit select, it just loops back to the main menu. And in fact, if I go watch a DirectED Plus movie, that just loops as well. These two options work, and the option to start a new application, which means reboot the unit, that works too. But it would appear my library 1 tape is corrupted. So I tried something else. I thought, okay, I'll reboot the unit again, and I'll boot from library tape 2. Now, the problem is library tape 2 in this particular instance was recorded way earlier. It was recorded before I even made the dub. So library tape 2 does not contain my work that I've just spent the last hour doing. But my thought was, maybe if I can boot from library tape 2, there's a menu setting to load library data without rebooting the unit. In this copy of the memory, things seem to work. There you can see. So when I recorded my library tape 1, the data was corrupted somehow, and the unit does not work properly booted from it. So if I go to edit movie and rename or mark scene, there's nothing there because library tape 2 was recorded before I even made the dub. So then I thought, well, I will get out of here, and you can go to Revise Movie Library and restore memory. Restore movie data from tape 1. So I'll get my tape 2 out of here, and I'll stick in my tape 1. And there it's loaded that data. And hopefully, if we back out of here, there it is. And are all my scenes there? Yes, they are. So, and the first time I tried this, booting from tape 2 and then loading the data manually from tape 1, even that corrupted it, and it only contained the first 3 scenes. It didn't contain all 11 scenes. So somehow my tape 1 got corrupted. But I was able to do what you just saw, boot from tape 2 and then manually load from tape 1, and that worked. And so what I then did, what I was able to do, now that I have a good non-corrupt memory load, is I can go to Revise Movie Library and save memory, and I made a new tape 1, which is this tape. And I then, just to test it, I put this tape in, booted from it, everything loaded just fine, and all my movie information is there. So yeah, it's kind of a good thing that I checked this, because it could have having a corrupt tape 1 could have ruined things for me down the line. As for why the data recorded on here was corrupt, this is not a video signal error, because the unit has safety and, you know, data correction and stuff built into it. I think this was a corruption not on the analog side of things, but on the digital side of things. I think the unit actually got confused and recorded corrupt data to the tape, and I think it's my fault. In the manual it says do not put the unit on top of a VCR, put it somewhere that's not warm. it actually says it many times in the manual. Do not put it somewhere where it's going to get hot. So I have a feeling that perhaps the fact that I blatantly ignored that and put this on a warm VCR, I think maybe the heat kind of corrupted it digitally and caused it to record a corrupt tape one. I've had the unit on its side like this, and I did it that way to record this good new tape one. But I will stick it down here instead, and hopefully I won't have any more problems for the rest of this video. But yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting, kind of a computer, or an error on the computer side of things that I thought I'd document. Just dinking around a little more, I discovered something else. Watch what happens if I try to boot from the old corrupted tape 1, starting in the middle of the data, which isn't a problem normally. But watch what it does in this instance. Look at that. Yeah, this thing really effed up this Library 1 tape. It just completely screwed it up when I had it record it. So it's a good thing I discovered this. So yeah, that's what happened. I think Library Tape 1 just got corrupted, and I'm assuming that it was written in a corrupted manner because possibly because the unit was overheating. It's only a guess, you know, could have been just a fluke. I'm not sure why something like this would be so sensitive to overheating, but the manual says multiple times not to put it on top of a warm TV or VCR. But yeah, so anyway, that's why I decided to move it down here, where hopefully if it was a heat related issue, it won't happen again. Okay, so we've just rewritten our tape 1, and our next step is playing with graphics. But before we get into that, it's getting close to midnight. We've been at this almost an hour now. I'm going to wrap it up here, import all of these recordings into the computer, and when we come back, we will start adding our graphics, our dips to black and dip from black, and the text that I'm going to add at the end of the video, and we will do all that. I'm back again. It's over a week later, I think, and I've got to be close to a month into making this video at this point, off and on, of course. So we've marked the scenes that are going to be in our edited production, and now the next step is we get to add graphics using the built-in graphics generator and character generator of the unit. Now originally I was planning on adding all the graphics that I'd normally add, which in this case is a fade from black at the beginning of the video, a dip to black at the end of the video, dips to black between some of the scenes to denote the passage of time, and then finally a slate of text at the end of the video that says this video was edited with the Videonics DirectED Plus. And I've since realized that, at least for our purposes, we actually can't do dips to black in the middle of the video because the unit only gives you the freedom of having one graphic per scene. So for example, in my scene 1, it's going to fade from black at the beginning. Well, I can't make it fade to black at the end because you can only have one graphic per scene. So it'll actually make my job easier because we can't do the dips to black in the middle of the video. I could do it for some scenes, but I won't be able to do it for all the scenes I want to do. So my job is easier. We'll just do the fade from black at the beginning, the fade to black at the end, and then the slate of text after the end of the video. So the first thing I'll do is I will show you the built-in graphics that are built into this thing. There are several graphic slates that are built into the DirectED Plus software. And there are a few fonts built in as well. So I'll preview those for you first. They're pretty cute. So starting from the home screen here, we will go to Make Movies with DirectED Plus. And then Edit Movie, Add Titles, Graphics, etc. And then we will go Add or Change Titles, Graphics, Effects. And we can choose our movie, we can choose a scene, but we're not going to actually add any graphics quite yet. I want to preview them for you. So I believe we go to Add or Change a Title Graphic, and Preview Graphics and Title Styles. So it's just going to throw them all up for us. So the first one, of course, is a solid color. You can choose from any of 64 colors, either to use by itself or to put text on top of. We got Halloween Witch, Holiday Candle, which makes my... I don't think you guys are seeing that, but it's making the picture jump for some reason on my monitor. Stars and Stripes, Canadian Flag, very good. On the Road. And these background colors you see, like the light blue here, and I think the black here for space, and this blue color for television set, you can change the color of that, or you can make it transparent so you see your video behind it, which is kind of nice and very clever to do with this particular graphic, this television set. Keyhole, color bars, clapboard, which is kind of cute, ribbon border, rainbow paintbrush, blue border, sunset, which is kind of pretty, green border, red border, rainbow border, which is kind of pretty, music notes, heart border, wedding rings, birthday candles. So they pretty much gave you every kind of common thing that you might make an edited production about. Now we're on to previewing the fonts that are built into the unit. So this one called Big Block. It's kind of an impact style font, or maybe an enlarged, what's it called kind of font. It's the same font that's used in the user interface. Chicago, is it? That's on the Macintosh as well. So for each font, you get an inverse style and a shadow style. It's got a really thin drop shadow going on. Here's Typist. Kind of jagged looking. Here's Compact. This is the system font that the user interface uses. Steel Pen. And that's it. Now, these are the graphics and fonts built into the DirectED Plus software, but I also happen to have this Holidays and Celebrations tape, Graphics Library 2, one of at least 3 graphics library tapes that Videonics sold, so you can add even more graphics to the unit. So what I'd like to do now is actually import these graphics, which I haven't done yet. And I'll show you how that's done. It's a little weird how you do it. You actually have to reboot the unit and then boot the graphics library tape. So we'll do that. I'm actually going to use the original. I haven't yet made a dub of this tape, so we're going to put the original in. This VCR has proved itself to not be a tape eater. So we got to go back to the main menu. And then we're going to go to Start a New Application. And this is going to basically reboot the unit and bring it back to the start screen. Press Select to start a new Videonics application. It's funny that they they couldn't let you import graphics from within the DirectED Plus interface. You've actually got to reboot the unit into the graphics library tape. So we'll do just that. And it's rewound. And I'm just going to hit play. I think this might be the first time I've ever played this tape, which means this is the first time this tape's ever been used, which is kind of neat. And you can tell that it hasn't been used because those dashes are filling in with very few gaps. And it looks like that's all the data it is. 128K or so. Copyright 1990, Videonics. It stopped the VCR because the VCR's remote codes are built into NVRAM, and NVRAM hasn't been lost. So it can still control the VCR even though we've rebooted it. Videonics graphics library. Press select to preview the graphics and title styles in this graphics library. Press A to automatically cycle through the graphics and title styles once. Press C to cycle them continuously. To install the graphics library in DirectED Plus or ProEd, see the graphics library instructions. So, I will hit select. Painting graphics. So, for some reason it gives you solid color again. So we have confetti, very party-like. Gift wrap. Top hat and cane. Trophy. Wedding bells, holly, at the beach, kind of pretty, big heart, wedding cake, Santa Claus is coming, rainy day, baby rattle, doves, graduation, firecrackers, kind of funny. Ceremonial trumpet. Scroll. And it's showing us the compact font again, which we already have built in, so I'm not sure why it's showing us that. There's a new font, Billboard. Kind of looks like Impact. And that's it. So we basically get one extra font, and that was what, 12 extra graphic slides. So we'll install these. I'm not going to use any of them, I don't think, but we will install them. To install the graphics library in DirectED Plus, see the graphics library instructions. Oh, I thought the instructions were that you installed them from this menu. Okay, stand by. I've got to look up the instructions. I have retrieved my phone from its video recording duties so that I can go to the Internet Archive and look up my own archive of the graphics library instructions. Why wouldn't they just stick it on this slate of text? The instructions, like you've got a whole screen. Restart DirectED Plus. With the graphics library menu displayed on the screen, press the Z key on the Videonics remote. And then insert library tape 1. And that's it. Okay. Why couldn't they just say that on the screen? You dopes. Alright, press Z. Z. And the unit immediately reboots. So I guess it loaded everything into memory when I booted it from the tape. So I think it already rewound it. So now I've got to stick in library tape 1 and hope that this time the data on the tape is good from my little overheating incident. Or I should say, we've since overwritten tape 1, but hopefully it doesn't do the same thing again. That's weird, it's doing the same thing again. That bar just turned blue. Okay, or it might boot. We've changed color palettes. Alright, we've successfully booted. Apparently that blue bar is normal for when you're booting after installing a graphics library. Also, I have since learned that apparently we could have avoided all this rebooting and such. You can load a graphics library right from the menu directly, and it doesn't have to reboot the unit. You go to Make Movies with DirectED Plus, Revise Movie Library, Restore Memory, and then there's a menu option, Load a New Graphics Library. So it's able to import those graphics without actually rebooting the unit. So we could have done that. Now I know that. So we're going to go to Add or Change Graphics, Titles, Graphics, Effects. And we're going to start with scene 1 where we have to do a fade from black at the beginning of the scene. That's the beginning of our video. So I'll go Add or Change a Title Graphic. And we're going to do a solid color because we just want it to be a blank black slate. And instead of this really dark blue, we are going to do a true black. And title style doesn't matter because we're not going to have text on it. We're not going to enter any text. Title graphic duration. I am going to do just 1 second. And we can view the graphic, which is just going to be a black screen. Wow, how exciting. So we'll press cancel to get out of that. So we're done designing the graphic. Now we have to tell it where it's going to go and what it's going to do. So we can specify or change audio fade. So I do an audio fade at the beginning of the video. I fade the audio up over the course of a second. So the amount of silence at the scene start in seconds, I'm going to say 0. And the fade in time, we can't do fractions or else I'd do half a second, but we'll just do 1 second. Audio fade out time, so this is at the end of the scene, which I don't want it to fade out, nor do I want there to be any silence at the end of the scene. So let's preview the scene, including the audio fade. Yes, tape 2 is in there, yes. Just gonna have to rewind the tape.
Hello,
Great.
everybody. In today's video,
So I think our audio fade worked, but of course it didn't fade the scene from black. It showed the black slate and then just cut it away. So we need to go to, did I skip yeah, I skipped a menu option. So I accidentally skipped to here, but we want to be here, add or change, fade, wipes, etc. So delay before fade 0. So the wipe in, we just want it to cut. We want the black slate to already be there at the beginning. The duration we will do, I'll try setting it to 0. And then the wipe out, we want it to fade. There's actually, I believe, a whole list of options here. Yeah, there's a whole whack of stuff going on. Well, we got exploding wipe. What is that? Let's choose that. I want to see what that looks like. Sounds violent. Speed, I don't know. We'll just do medium. And let's see what our exploding wipe looks like. Should be exciting. Wow.
hello everybody. In today's video,
That was
we are
exciting.
looking at a neat
Wasn't very explodey. So let's make this just a normal fade. And we'll leave the speed on medium. Let's see what that looks like.
hello everybody.
That's good.
In today's
That's
video,
what I want.
we are looking at
Cool. So we've got that part done. Now let's go to our dip to black at the end of the video. So we'll say done. We're happy with that. And let's now go to scene 10. Because of course scene 11 is the music. So we'll go to scene 10 and we want it to fade to black at the end of the scene. So we'll go add or change a title graphic. Once again, we want it to be a black slate. It defaults to that dark blue. And we don't care about the text. Duration. I wonder if this should be. Let's make it 1 second. And we won't bother viewing it yet because I haven't set the fade. Delay before wipe fade in. Now this is the tricky one because you have to set, if you want something to happen at the end of the video, you've got to know how long, or at the end of a scene, you have to know how long that scene is and then punch in that number of seconds. Now in this case, the scene is, if I remember right, it's 68 or 69 seconds long. So you would think that I could therefore stick in 67 seconds. Don't make any jokes. I could stick in 67 seconds and it'll do that one last second to do that fade to black. But for some reason that doesn't work. It starts to fade, but then the scene ends before it finishes fading. I found I have to set it to 65 seconds, and I had to extend the end of this scene by a couple of seconds, and then set the delay to like 3 or 4 seconds before the end. If I remember right, it was 65, because I decided to just to test all this off camera because it was my first time doing it. So we'll do 65 seconds, and we want it to fade in. So I'm going to do fade. Speed we want medium. And the duration we'll do 1 second. And or actually, let's make that like 3 seconds. I think we can give ourselves some padding. The wipeout, we don't care. And yeah, let's view it and see what it looks like. Now, I believe it's going to start us at the beginning of the scene, so I'm going to shuttle forward on the VCR manually to get towards the end of the scene. And that won't confuse it because it's constantly reading the time code in the vertical blanking interval. So it's going to have to fast forward all the way to the end.
And that's the story on the Moto
And I'm going to
Master.
shuttle forward.
Enjoyed demonstrating it for you. However, I'm not going to keep this with a 120 volt hand back. So I'll hopefully be able to next video.
Oh, that was perfect. Cool. So we're done that. Now, probably the most fun part of this is we get to make that little slide at the end that says this video was edited using the Videonics DirectED Plus. Because we'll choose one of the available graphics to use for that. Make it a little pretty. Oops, I went back too far. So this is going to be for scene 11. Man, I guess the reason scene 12 comes up is because you can make a graphic its own scene. So it's not sitting on top of any existing footage, it's just its own thing. So I will choose scene 11 because that's where our music is. And choose our graphic, and let's choose, I like the, I think it was called rainbow border. Rainbow border. And title style, we'll choose big block. I think there's enough room to type out everything I want. Now, the background color, that is, so let me, I'll just do this. So that white part in the middle, we can change that to be any color. I kind of like it white. I was going to change it to black and have white letters on top, but now I'm wondering, let's make it black. Back in the days of analog television, the safer bet would have been to make it black, because having that much expanse of white on the screen can actually overload analog circuitry in transmitters and cable modulators and stuff, and ultimately your viewer's television set. Not that this is a piece of broadcast equipment, it's just for consumer use, but you know, for the technical minded, it would have been something to think about back in the day, not having too much white or bright colors in your graphics. So we'll change this to black. We'll pretend to be the technically minded consumer, and we'll make our letters white. And enter titles. Now, when I tried this before, it was incredibly slow. Like, it was the most molasses slow process typing this text in. Maybe this time I'll be able to go a little bit faster. So I'll say this. I kind of like this font. It grew on me. I wasn't a fan of it before, but I kind of am now. This video, maybe I'll use this in my YouTube videos just as a graphics generator, like I use the title makers, or title maker. I sold my original one. Now I've just got the 3000. This video was, oops, AS edited, and go to a new line, and shift left, go to left edge. And I know that the text isn't aligned. We will fix that. It's quite easy to fix. Apparently the plus in DirectED Plus is supposed to be all capitalized, but I don't like how that looks. It makes more sense to me if they were to have done the plus Campbell case, like the DirectED. $1991. In the beginning of this video, I said this thing was from 1990. That's the copyright date on some of the stuff, but I neglected that. Sorry, I just heard I heard this camcorder starting to chew through some bad tape. I just wanted to make sure it got through it. I neglected that the date stamp on the back of the video control unit is 1991. And we will go period. There. Now we want to line it all up. So I'm going to go to the first line, hit change display to grab that line, and then hit the letter C to center it. You can also hit L to left justify it, or R to right justify it. And I hit change display again to ungrab it. Go down to the next one, grab it. We can also move entire lines up or down while we have it grabbed. And actually what I want to do is I'll start here and I'm going to move everything down so it's more centered. There we go. Grab that, center it, ungrab, grab that, center it, ungrab. There we go. So we'll hit select to say we're done. For some reason it does this, where we can still punch in letters. I'll hit select again. And now we can preview it. Hey, that's pretty sharp looking. I like that. I actually really like the look of that. I might find a way to shoehorn this graphics capability into my YouTube videos once in a while. So we will get out of that. We like that. So we're done this portion. Now we have to tell it what to do. Add or change fades, wipes, etc. So delay before fade wipe in, I'm going to say 0. Choose fade wipe in, we're going to say fade. Speed, we're going to say medium. And the duration, I'm going to put 30 seconds. Just so we have a good enough buffer. I'll just let it last the whole music. Fade wipe out. We don't care. Let's view the scene. See our lovely graphic on top of the music. Seems to be struggling to find where it's supposed to be. What is this thing doing? Oh, okay. That's so it did what we asked of it. It did exactly what we asked of it. However, I forgot that the video signal for this scene is blue instead of black. I would have liked it to fade from black, but we can't make it do that because I don't have black footage in this scene. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to cut it. So yeah, other than that, that was great. We'll say done. And oh my goodness, it's time to actually record our final production. This is scary. This has been like, for you guys, I hope no more than a couple of hours. For me, 6 or 8 hours getting to this point. So I'm really excited. So, yeah, that's all we want. And, oh, it's going to make me get... No, it's not going to make me get another blank tape. I hope not anyway, because I'm lazy and I don't want to go out and find one. Okay, we're done playing with graphics. Make final production from movie. So this is the point at which the unit is going to play our raw footage from this Handycam, and it's going to record the final edited production. And it's going to do this flying blind with no time code to go off of. It's running completely off of seeing when the video signal starts coming out of the Handycam, and having an intimate table of parameters that it knows exactly how this VHS VCR functions mechanically. And with that knowledge, the hope is that it will time all of the records just right so that it can accurately make these edits. But let's find out together. So We'll hit this. Choose movie for production, YouTube movie. For some reason it wants to start at scene 2. I will start it at scene 1. And once again, even though there's only this video is only going to be 20 minutes long, it's going to take, well, it'll tell us how long it'll take. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's a couple of hours, because it's going to make us rewind the raw footage several times and then just play it from the beginning again. Here we go. Create final production. This is what we've been building up for so long. Final production location. Best fit in movie library. I hope that's either tape 1 or tape 2. Show production statistics. So how long does it think this is going to take? The running time for YouTube movie is 22 minutes. The time required to make a final production will be approximately 83 minutes, which is actually better than I thought it would be. I was scared it was going to be like 3 hours or something. But 83 minutes, that's still a almost fourfold increase in time versus what the actual length of the final product will be. But that's just how it works. We can preview the movie. So what this does is, does it do it from the raw footage or from the dub? I forget. Let's preview it just for fun. I don't know if it's going to play it from the dub or from the raw footage. It's going to do it from the dub, because obviously it's going to give us the most accurate edits. So it's gonna, you know what? I'm just gonna cancel this. Rather than waste time, let's just YOLO it. View Handycam VCR to confirm setup. Sure, that'd be good to do. So I'll hit play on this. There it is. Good. I'll wait for the audio.
Hello, everybody.
Yes. Okay. Rewind that. View main VCR. Press select to view the main VCR. This is useful for when you're appending scenes. No, that's fine. Create production. Press help for important hints and cautions. What are our hints and cautions? Is this our first time going into the help menu? This is what the help system's like. Create final production. Press select to choose the options that'll be used, blah, blah, blah. DirectED Plus will ask you to insert original tapes in the Handycam VCR. Oh, that's cute. So the help system actually has dynamic text in it that changes to reference your, if you've given custom names to your VCRs. That's very cute. Depending on the structure of your movie, you may need to insert and rewind the same tape many times. Oh yes, that's about to be painfully evident. Chapter 8 of the Director's Manual describes the final production process and explains ways to make it go faster. It is important that you read Chapter 8. Get out your textbooks. It's on archive.org. The attention light will flash when a tape change is required, so you can turn the television off if you like. Important. Follow the directions exactly. It is especially important to rewind the original tapes fully. Be sure the speed on the main VCR is set correctly. Never operate the controls on either VCR or the remote controls while DirectED Plus is operating the VCRs. Okay. And create production. Here we go. I hear this camcorder chewing through bad tape again. I'm using a different tape in it. So it's searching forward in the tape, past our dub. It's looking for blank tape. And it's going to record our final production onto library tape 2 by the looks of it. What is this thing doing? Oh, here we go. It's gone into pause. It's gone into record pause. It's now recording. It's recording blank video. Here we go. Insert original tape used to create dub YouTube demo in Handycam VCR. Rewind to beginning and press select. I've already rewound it. I'm going to press select. Press play on the Handycam VCR. Okay. It's going to immediately become painfully evident if these edits are going to be accurate or inaccurate, because the first thing it's got to do is correctly position this fade from black that it's going to do in the beginning of the video. So we'll see if it cuts off my voice or not. I'm hitting play. And there, see, it gives us some statistics. It started recording on the VCR.
Hello everybody.
That was good enough, I think.
We are looking at a neat vintage 12-volt.
We're on our way.
This is a very long cord.
So there's no reason to show you this in full. So I'm going to stop recording my stuff here, and we'll come back maybe when it gets to a point where it wants me to rewind the tape.
You especially don't want if you're cleaning a car.
Oh, you can see the VCR just went into record pause.
Just because.
And it started recording again, and it looks like it did everything on time. So it's
yeah, bag's good to have, and a 1 gallon.
It's doing everything accurately as far as I can tell so far.
So yeah, that is the canister. Let me see if I can get this thing apart, and then we'll come back.
Record pause again. Record again.
Those are some awfully crusty screws.
It's just occurring to me now. I think I know why it makes you rewind the raw footage and play it from the beginning sometimes. Because as you can hear and see, the VCR mechanically takes time to go into record pause, and it takes time to go out of record pause and back into record mode. And of course, each of these scenes I recorded with a gap at the end and a gap at the beginning. So when I'm joining two scenes, the VCR has to go into record pause at the end of the first scene and out of record pause at the beginning of the second scene. And if that gap is too narrow, the VCR can't engage record from record pause quickly enough. So that's the point where the DirectED Plus will make you rewind all the raw footage and play it again from the beginning so that it can make those tight edits even though the VCR itself isn't fast enough to engage record pause and record mode to otherwise make it possible. So that's why it makes you rewind. It's for those, to make those tighter edits possible.
And it is doing the job good enough for what this thing is.
Okay, so we're moving along. It says waiting for scene 10.
And that's the story on the
Time remaining, 2 minutes. Time to complete, 26 minutes.
Shop vac.
So we're vastly the most of the way through, but there's still 26 whole minutes to do this.
And that's the story on the MotoMaster Auto Canister Vac 1 gallon.
So we've made almost the entire video without actually having to do a rewind. It's only been 22 minutes, and it says there's 26 minutes remaining, so that 83 minute or whatever estimate, I think it might have been wrong on that. We might be able to get through this a lot quicker than that.
So that's it. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next video.
Okay. Oh, time to complete 1 minute. Dude, so its estimation was completely wrong. We didn't have to rewind the tape once. It had originally estimated that it was going to be 3 times at least. Or 2 times at least. Huh. So I'm surprised. I would have thought that the unit is smart enough not to second guess itself. But it has. We've recorded the entire thing in one shot. In 25 minutes, record time. Interesting. And there we go. This is the last thing it puts in the production. This little self-congratulatory banner produced by Videonics DirectED Plus. It's done. I'm not quite sure what it's doing right now. I suppose maybe recording data. Saving an extra copy of your movie library data. If you're ready to move on, press cancel to abandon the extra copy. No, we'll let it do it. I am flabbergasted. That said we were going to be 83 minutes doing this, which I assume implies that we would have had to record our raw footage twice, or rewind our raw footage twice, but we didn't have to rewind it at all. That's very surprising. And as a matter of fact, before I tweaked my start and end points, way back when I thought that I was going to put dips to black in the middle of the video, the estimated time was actually 2 hours, and then it shrank to 83 minutes after I tweaked the start and end points. But that turned out to be completely wrong as well. I thought this thing should have been able to do it in one shot, and I was right. Very funny. So it's going to rewind all the way and record a new edition of Library Tape 2. This is edition 8 of Library Tape 2, just because I did a bunch of behind the scenes tweaking just to kind of make this video go along as fast as possible. My estimation right now is that this YouTube video is going to be about 4.5 hours long. I may make some concessions and see if I can shorten it down, because I would like to, I don't want to scare people off. I would like to make this presentable to as many people as possible. So we're not going to watch the final production. I'm actually going to digitize it into the computer, and we will I will upload it on YouTube as its own video. So if you want to see how this unit did with its edits, I will probably upload that our final production as a separate video at the same time that I upload this video. So if you're watching this video, the final production's already available to watch, and you can see how good or bad of a job it did. Rewind the tape in the Handycam VCR. Oh yeah, it's still playing, because of course the video control unit can't control your play VCR. So I will rewind that. Press select to continue. And that's it. If I go to list productions in library, there it is, YouTube movie. It's 21 minutes and 32 seconds long. And that's it. That's everything. I will hit done, and done there, and done there. And the last thing to do is save our progress on Library Tape 1. So I'll press the power button, and it's going to offer to update our Library Tape 1. So I'll get this tape out. Stick Library Tape 1 in. I can turn the digital 8 camcorder off. It did its job. It had an easy job because we didn't have to rewind it a bunch of times. We're on edition 9 of Library Tape 1. Again, because I had to do a bunch of off-camera work. And also we had that weirdness happen where it recorded a corrupt Tape 1. Just for the hell of it, when it's done recording this tape, we should power cycle the video control unit. Just try and boot it from Tape 1 again and just see if it actually saved it. We now have both Tape 1 and Tape 2, I believe, at this point essentially contain the same data, because it's updated both of them one after the other. So if one is corrupt, the other should boot it, as long as it also isn't as long as it isn't also corrupt. And it looks like we now have 3 or 4 frames of library data now. There we go, the unit shut off. So I will power cycle it. And let's just see if it'll boot. Oh my god, has this VCR ever gotten a hell of a workout? This is probably the most thrashing it's ever had on it in its entire life. Almost 40 years. It did good. Nothing ever broke. We do have that growling bearing, which is unfortunate, because it definitely affected the video signal. It caused a little bit of horizontal wiggle, which time-based correction will probably fix when I digitize the final production into the computer. Still unfortunate though. I'll have to crack it open and see if I find anything obvious. This thing might boot okay off of tape 1 now. Hey, look at that! Do the menus work? Yeah, looks like we've got a good non-corrupt tape 1. So at this point, we can go watch a DirectED Plus movie, watch a DirectED Plus final production. There it is, YouTube movie, view production. It'll instruct us, it tells us the length, it instructs us to put in library tape 2. That's it. I don't need to show you any more of this thing. So yeah, final production is uploaded as its own video, probably. And that's the end of the demonstration, finally. And that, finally, is the story on the Videonics DirectED Plus home video editing system from 1991. I can say from the bottom of my heart, I don't want to ever edit another video on this thing again. That was so... It was cool. It was really cool to get to experience this thing. And one of the very few home video editing options that were available to consumers at this time. It was really cool to experience, but it was so slow and clunky, and if you want anything even close to finessing in your edits, it takes so much time and adjusting and trial and error, and man, don't we have it better today. I never want to edit another video on this, but this was really cool to experience, and I hope you guys have enjoyed this video. If you even got halfway through this video, I'm most of the way done editing this now, and this is a 4.5 hour video. This is the longest video I'll have ever made for YouTube, and I watched through the whole thing, and I trimmed as much as I could without losing, you know, without losing any detail in the process that goes into using this, because I wanted to show every step of the way. And I've hopefully been able to do that. And if you actually watched through this whole thing, let me know. So what happens next? I've decided I'm going to sell this thing. I already have the ProEd system, which is just another one of these with some modules bolted to the bottom of it. So even if I don't have this, I can still, if I want to, use DirectED Plus with the ProEd system that I've got. Especially because even though I never want to edit another video with this thing, I actually do like the graphics generator. I like the slates that it comes with, and I like a couple of the fonts that it comes with. So I do plan on evaluating and testing the graphics generator for possible inclusion in my future YouTube videos. The usefulness of something like this might live on this channel after all. Speaking of the ProEd, so I spoke briefly about the ProEd earlier in this video. I don't have a getting started tape for the ProEd system, so I can't demonstrate it for you in a future video. However, we will look at the ProEd in a future video. We'll look at it physically, and I'll talk to you about everything that is known about the ProEd system, which is very little because it hasn't been documented anywhere. So there will be a video in the future on the ProEd system, basically looking at it physically and what we know about the ProEd. Also, in the middle of taping this video, I purchased another piece of equipment, actually the successor to the DirectED Plus. There was one more thing. Videonics wasn't finished with the DirectED Plus. They decided to take the same formula and improve on it, and they came out with a successor product that was actually quite a large improvement on the DirectEd Plus. Although it does largely the same stuff, it does it with more capabilities and a lot better. So I bought one of those systems. It's here, it works, and we will look at that system in full in a future video. So look forward to those two videos. And once again, if you happen to have a getting started tape for ProEd or DirectEd Plus Production Assistant or Graphics Library 1 or 3, please get in touch with me. I would love to have copies of any of those tapes. I did get in touch with someone who has DirectEd Plus Production Assistant and Graphics Library 1 and I think Graphics Library 3. I was hoping they would get back to me before broadcast time, but they have not, unfortunately. So I would love, I think what I'd love to have most is, I don't really need DirectEd Plus Production Assistant because the successor product that I'm going to show you in a future video basically has that built in. I would really love to have a ProEd getting started tape and Graphics Library 1 getting started tape, because Graphics Library 1 is the presentation marquees. It's basically generic, really cool 80s and 90s vibe, just backgrounds for stuff you might find in early versions of Microsoft PowerPoint. Gosh, I would love to have that and possibly be able to incorporate it into my YouTube video. So if anybody has any of those tapes, I would love to have them or a copy of them. Please get in touch with me, themaritimegirl@hotmail.com. Likewise, if anybody has one of these and you need a DirectEd Plus getting started tape, or if you want a copy of Graphics Library Tape 2, get in touch with me at that email. I would be glad to make a dub of those tapes for you for a few dollars. And I would love to see people be able to make use of these if they happen to get one without a tape. So I'm very happy to make that offer. If you want one of these, I bought this unit on eBay for $40 American plus shipping, and that was not only complete in the box, but I believe brand new unused in the box. So these aren't very expensive, just nobody wants them. Although they have been unknown as well. At the time that I bought this unit, there were several of them for sale on eBay, all very affordably. But at the time of finishing this video, there's only one complete unit for sale on eBay and one or two video control units by themselves. And of course, remember, a video control unit by itself is useless. You need the remote, you need the getting started tape, which I'm willing to provide, and you need the infrared control wand, which I believe you can make by yourself. So it's possible that all the posts on Mastodon that I've made about this, that maybe more people are going out and buying these and that I suspect will unfortunately only get worse after I post this video. But yeah, at least right now, these things are not expensive at all if you want to get your hands on one. Depending on the kind of life that one of these lived, it can have bad capacitors. This unit's working fine on all the original capacitors. My other video control unit was full of bad capacitors. There are signs inside that it spent years, if not decades, plugged in, and it was just full of bad capacitors. It actually wasn't usable until I recapped it, and I did successfully recap it. I forget how many capacitors, 30 or 40 capacitors I think, and it is a multi-layer board. But as far as multi-layer boards go, it was pretty easy to recap. You just got to be careful. So yeah, I did have to recap my other video control unit, but depending on the kind of life that one of these lived before you got it, it may or may not work fine without having to recap it. But for now, thank you so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed, and a big thank you especially to my Patreon supporters. You bought this for me, so thank you very much. I hope this video made your dollar or whatever you choose to give every month worth it. I appreciate it very, very much. This is what the Patreon is for. Gives me the ability to buy something like this for the purpose of demonstrating it in a video, and I don't really have to worry too much about the money I'm spending on something that, let's face it, I'm going to try and sell this on eBay. I'll probably not get back what I paid for it. But that's okay. So I really appreciate my Patreon supporters. So that's it. Thank you so very much for watching, and I will see you in the videos to come.
Welcome back to This Week Uncut. I'm Natalie Sturgeon.
And I'm Vicki Hogarth. We're speaking next about gender affirming. Sorry, I said gender affirming. Gender affirming.
It's not fun.
My genders are getting firm right now.
There's probably a doctor for that.
There sure is, yeah.